Schools of thought, different in their ideas and methods, have always existed, and 6 schools of Indian philosophy have embodied almost all of the basic ideas of man regarding the causes of manifestation. Little has been added by the West to these 6 speculative schools. Although the Western mind, with its genius in scientific technology and methodology, reworked these ideas and broke the 6 theories into many smaller positions. From the jumble of ideas, theories, speculations, religions, churches, cults, sects, and organizations emerge 2 main lines of thinking, one that will eventually die, and the other that will develop and grow, and which, in turn, will give the birth of that maximum, for us, expression of truth, which will satisfy over the next century and lead a person to the top of the temple and the mount of dedication. These 2 directions are represented by the following groups, which is to develop and grow, and which, in turn, will give birth to that maximum, for us, expression of truth, which will satisfy over the next century and lead a person to the top of the temple and the mount of dedication. These 2 directions are represented by the following groups, which is to develop and grow, and which, in turn, will give birth to that maximum, for us, expression of truth, which will satisfy over the next century and lead a person to the top of the temple and the mount of dedication. These 2 directions are represented by the following groups. 328. 1. Those who are turned back to the past, who are committed to the old ways, ancient theologies, and reactionary methods of rejection in the search for truth. These are people who recognize authority, the authority of a prophet, the Bible, or theology. These are those who prefer obedience to imposed authority, voluntary obedience to an enlightened soul. They are supporters of the church and government, distinguished by pure devotion and love, but refusing to recognize the divine intellect with which they are gifted. Their devotion, their love for God, their demanding but deluded conscience, their intolerance make them completely devoted people, who, however, are blinded by their own devotion and limit their own growth by their fanaticism. Most of them belong to the older generation, and the hope for them lies in their loyalty and in the fact that it is this first group that does the work of crystallization, which will lead to the complete destruction of the old forms. Its task is to concretize old truths in such a way that the mind of the race can be purified, so that it becomes obvious what is essential and what is not essential. That fundamental ideas are so contrasted with dogmas that what lies at the base becomes visible, and secondary, insignificant beliefs are rejected, for only the fundamental and the causal will be valued in the coming age. 2. The second group is still represented by a very small, but steadily growing minority. This is that internally connected group of God-loving, intellectual mystics who know reality, who do not belong to any religion or organization, but who consider themselves members of the universal, one church and members of each other. They are found in every nation, race and people. They have different skin colors and different schools of thought, but still they speak the same language, learn with the same symbols, blaze the same path, reject the same insignificant things and highlight the same as the essence of existing beliefs. They get to know each other. They express the same devotion to the spiritual leaders of all races and use each other's scriptures equally freely. They form the subjective basis of the new world. They form the spiritual core of the coming world religion. They demonstrate the principle of brotherhood that will ultimately save the world. 329. In the past, the world saviors appeared to us, the sons of God, who proclaimed the world message and brought light to the nations. Now, when the hour has come and thanks to the work of evolution, a group appears that should bring salvation to the world and which, embodying group ideas and demonstrating the group nature, manifesting on a small scale the true meaning of the body of Christ and showing the world a picture of the true nature of the spiritual organism, thus stimulates and energizes thoughts and souls of people that the new age will begin with the outpouring of love, knowledge and harmony of God Himself. The religions of the past were founded by great souls, avatars, eminent spiritual personalities, and the example of their lives, deeds and teachings impressed the race and continued to influence for centuries. What effect will the group avatar's message have? What will be the power of the work of a group of those who know God, proclaiming the truth and subjectively joining together for the great work of saving the world? What will be the effectiveness of the mission of a group of world saviors, not like Christ, but all who to some extent know God complement each other's work? Strengthen each other's messages and form an organism through which spiritual energy and the principle of spiritual life can be felt. Your presence in the world? 330. Representatives of this group now exist in every country. These people are relatively few, they are rare, but their number is steadily increasing, and their message will be more and more tangible. They embody a constructive spirit, they are the builders of the new age, they are entrusted with the work of preserving the spirit of truth and reorganizing the thinking of people so that the race can learn to control the mind and maintain it in such a meditative receptive state that would enable it to recognize the forthcoming revelation of divinity. Both of these groups, the reactionary doctrinaires and the subjective community of mystics, are in contact with a large portion of a new generation of young people who do not belong to any group and whose ideas are extremely confused due to the fact that they listen to both. This majority does not belong to the past and refuses to accept the authority of that past. It does not apply to the inner group of knowers, whose job is to direct people's thoughts in the right direction, since most people have not yet reached the necessary point of knowledge. They are aware of only 2 points, the need for freedom and the strong craving for knowledge. They despise the tradition of the past and reject the old formulations of truth, and since they have not yet settled on solid ground, but are still only seeking and questioning, we have the current state of world confusion, obvious licentiousness, and destruction. It should not be forgotten that this state of the world is the result of the collision of 3 types of forces that dominate the world today. 331. The power emanating from the adherents of the old tradition, who, by emphasizing the form and the past, cause the destruction of these forms. The force emanating from the inner group of mystics, which, under the guidance of the planetary hierarchy, is building a new form. The force emanating from the masses that do not belong to any group and who use this force blindly and often unwisely, this will be so until they see those constructive channels through which this force can be wisely directed. This is the problem of the present transitional period, and hence the need to spread the teaching that will help the seeker aspirant and the seeker find himself. Hence the need to clarify the laws of the soul and the truth about individual disclosure to those who, rejecting the old tradition and refusing to recognize mysticism, still strive to know themselves as a liberated soul. This knowledge will cause a steady increase in the number of mystic builders, since when a person has found his soul and recognizes its connection with the mechanism of expression, the Trinity lower man, he automatically passes into the consciousness of subjective life, begins to work with the cause and no longer wanders in the world of effects, after which he becomes shoulder to shoulder with the mystics and the knowers of all times. Such is the direction of the religious impulse in our time, and such is the glory of the century to come. If it is true that behind the facade of our present world a group of mystics gathers with knowledge, vision, and the ability to work on mental levels that are not visible and not recognized by people, then it can be noted that this group unites not only religious people. Men and women from all areas of human thought are included in this group, including scientists and philosophers. Like everything else in our time, science itself is in the process of transformation, and no matter how little it is realized by many scientists, their work with what they call matter and their studies of the atom are entering a new phase. In this phase, old methods and mechanisms will be gradually rejected, and a new approach and another fundamental concept about the nature of matter will usher in a new age. Over the next 25 years, the recognition of certain energy impulses, arising from 2 seemingly different ideas about the nature of the atom, will take root, and this will be based on the discovery of energies that, acting on atoms and atomic forms, produce tangible concrete forms, which we give names in the various kingdoms of nature. Certain basic premises of the ageless wisdom will be demonstrated to be true, stating that 332. 1. The soul is a formative principle that causes attraction and coherence. 2. The soul is a type of energy, or aspect, different from the type of energy of matter itself, or the material aspect. 3. The atom is already recognized as an energy unit, but the energy that connects the atoms in the aggregate, which we call organisms and forms, has not yet been isolated. The mystics of the scientific world will feel it and will work to demonstrate it for the next generation. It is this type of energy, the energy of the form-building aspect of manifestation, that is the source of any magical work. It is this energy in the various kingdoms of nature that creates forms, images, types and differences that characterize and distinguish the myriad of forms through which life itself manifests itself. It is the quality of this energy that generates the whole number of forms. It is the light that brings into the consciousness of the race those heterogeneous images that can be assumed by the aggregates of atoms. 4. This type of energy, which creates images, forms and coherent organisms in all kingdoms of nature, is not a life principle. The life principle will remain unopened and unrecognized until the soul, or the quality determining principle, the builder of forms, is studied, recognized and, in turn, investigated. 333. 5. This becomes possible only when a person enters into full conscious possession of his divine heritage, working as a soul and controlling his mechanism, physical, emotional, mental, can work consciously in contact with the soul in all forms. All this will be possible only when the race accepts the given hypothesis, recognizes it as probable and tries to demonstrate the presence of the soul hidden behind the structure or body of manifestation, or, equally, tries to refute it. All great scientists and workers in the field of objective nature worked as souls, and all the most amazing discoveries in the field of physics and chemistry, as well as in other branches of human knowledge, were made when a worker in a particular field began to act, believing in his hypothesis. Researched and progressed, stage by stage, in his work, until he came into contact with an aspect of truth not yet formulated by man. Then, having entered a new sphere of thinking thanks to intuition, he formulated the knowledge discovered there in the form of a theory, principle, experiment, or mechanical device, so that it became the property of the group and in due time was accepted and used by the world. But at birth it was a mystical work and it was based on mystical intuition. Note that in the near future, 3 great discoveries are coming, which over the next 2 generations will revolutionize modern thinking and life. One has already been groped and is the subject of experiment and research, the release of the energy of the atom. It will completely change the economic and political situation in the world, since the latter largely depends on the former. Our over-mechanized civilization will be simplified, and an era free from the burden of money, from owning and not owning money, will come, and the human family will universally recognize its status as a connecting kingdom between the 3 lower kingdoms of nature and the 5th, or spiritual kingdom. There will be time and freedom for the culture of the soul, which will replace our modern methods of education, and the disclosure of the abilities of the soul and the development of superhuman consciousness will everywhere take over the attention of teachers and students. 334. The second discovery will come from current research into light and color. The effect of color on people, animals, and units of the plant kingdom will be studied, and the result will be the development of etheric vision, or the ability to see the next level of matter with physical eyes. More and more people will think and express themselves in terms of light, and the effect of further development in this area of human thinking will be threefold. A. People will have etheric vision. B. The vital, or etheric, body, which is the internal structure of external forms, will be seen. They will begin to pay attention to it, and people will study it in all kingdoms of nature. C. It will break all racial barriers and all distinctions by skin color. The essential brotherhood of humanity will be proven. We will see each other and all forms of divine manifestation as light units of varying degrees of brightness, and we will increasingly express ourselves and think in terms of electricity, voltage, intensity, and energy. The age and status of a person on the ladder of evolution will be determined and become objectively obvious. Differences in the capabilities of mature and young souls will be recognized, and thus the rule of the enlightened will be restored on earth. Note here that these discoveries will be the result of the work of scientists of the next 2 generations, the result of their efforts. Their work with the atom of substance, their research in the field of electricity, light, and energy must inevitably demonstrate the connection between forms, which is synonymous with brotherhood, as well as the fact of the existence of the soul, the inner light and the radiance of all forms. 335. The third discovery, which is likely to be the last, will be more in the realm of what occultists call magic. It will occur as a result of studying sound and its effects, and will give man the most powerful instrument in the world of creation. Through the use of sound, the scientist of the future will achieve the desired results. Sound will reveal a new area of discovery. The sound emitted by every form in all the kingdoms of nature will be studied and known. Thanks to it, changes will be carried out and new forms will appear. Only one hint I can give here: the release of the energy of the atom will be associated with this new coming science of sound. The significance of what has happened in the world over the past century in the field of sound has not yet been appreciated and understood. However, the dire consequences are caused by the incredibly increased noise and sounds currently emanating from the planet. The roar of cars, the rumbling of transport mechanisms in all parts of the world, trains, steamers, and airplanes, the concentration of human sounds in such places of congestion as big cities, and, at the same time, the widespread use of radio, bringing musical sounds to every house and to the streets, have an effect on human bodies and all life forms everywhere, which will only become apparent over time. Some forms of life in the animal kingdom, and even more so in the plant kingdom, will disappear, and the response of the human mechanism to the world of sound, noise and music, into which it is increasingly immersed, will be extremely interesting. 336. The development of these three directions of science will usher in a new age, bring about the necessary changes in this transitional period and usher in a new age, the keynote of which will be brotherhood, since it will become a proven fact of nature. This will be an age when a person will walk in the light, for it will be a world of recognized inner radiance, when the work in the world will be carried out through sound, and, in the end, through the use of words of power and the work of skilled magicians. These skilled workers with substance, who understand the nature of matter, regard everything in terms of light and know the purpose of the application of sound, will bring about such structural changes and material transformations that will lead to the emergence of a civilization corresponding to the work of the coming race. This work will be to consciously unite the soul with its vehicle of expression. However, the outstanding feature of the coming cycle will be the development of psychology. It is about the emergence of a new factor from the point of view of the modern psychologist of the materialist school, about the recognition of the existence of the soul. The mechanistic school of psychologists has provided and continues to provide invaluable assistance, and the discoveries of behaviorists, in essence, are logical, although they are erroneous in their conclusions. They serve as a necessary brake on the development of a more speculative mystical school that calls itself introspective. Like so much else in the world today, from the two major lines of thought, such as the aforementioned mechanistic and the introspective, or subjective, a third forms, which embodies what is true in both approaches, and appropriately adapts them to each other. On a large scale, this will be realized in the combination of East and West, mysticism and occultism. We have no disagreements with either one or the other, but in the evolution of thinking, the main directions of ideas in our time are rapidly converging with each other and synthesis arises. 337. It is useful here to note the tendencies of the three main lines of thinking in the field of psychology. 1. Mechanistic, focusing on the material structure, attributing the reactions of the human body, mental, emotional, physical, exclusively to the material aspect and considering the material structure to give rise to human behavior trends and traits, both abnormal and normal. 2. An introspective school that proclaims the existence of the I, or that conscious something that is responsible for the states and, as it was sometimes said, is conscious of consciousness. This school of psychologists recognizes the material structure, but goes further and considers some aspects of behavior, some reactions, and problems as inexplicable using only a mechanistic approach. It is approaching an occult position, but it does not go that far. 3. There are still those who can be called vitalists, or a group of psychologists who, while recognizing the material structure, nevertheless consider it to be subject to the influences of energies and forces emanating from the external environment. These energies are characterized by a more universal nature than those that arise exclusively within one's own human self, and they include great fundamental aspirations for which nature itself is responsible and which can be noticed and felt not only in the human units of organic life. Each of these three schools holds a certain aspect of truth, and these aspects complement each other. 338. There is a mechanism through which a real person functions, and there is a material structure that he built in accordance with the laws of nature and which he can learn to use and control. However, in accordance with a more subjective speculative school, he must learn to distinguish between himself as the conscious center of awareness, the I on the throne of the mind, and the apparatus through which he contacts the outside world. When the I using the mechanism is able to do this, it becomes aware of another fact, namely that not only it itself produces and uses energy and directs its own share of vitality, but that there are energies and forces in nature, on the planet, and also outside the planetary, or cosmic, to which it is also capable of responding and which it can learn to use and adapt. Thus, the three schools of today are in embryo the custodians of these three factors. In the current conditions of strife and division, these three schools are mainly engaged in refuting each other's theories, but they are all accurate in facts, although they are incorrect in conclusions. Everyone needs each other, and from the combination of these three approaches, a fourth will arise, which will be closer to the truth than any of the three. If we consider other basic directions in the world of modern thought, it becomes obvious that one of the most dominant is the growing emphasis on group consciousness, or awareness of our environment. An ordinary, average person knows it as a sense of responsibility, which testifies to the appearance of an ego vibration in an individual. This is one of the first signs that the soul is starting to use its mechanism. A person no longer lives by the interests of only his separate self and begins to realize the need to respond to the needs of his neighbor. He recognizes his duty to be in the most real sense the guardian of his fellow men and understands that, in reality, progress, contentment, peace of mind and prosperity do not exist for him apart from those around him. This understanding is steadily spreading from the individual to the state and nation, from the family unit to the world. Therefore, there are those large organizations, fraternities, clubs, leagues, and movements that have as their goal the general improvement of the well-being of the people. The need to give rather than take is ingrained in racial consciousness, and recognition of some of the basic concepts of brotherhood is steadily increasing. Brotherhood as a fact of nature is still a theory, but brotherhood as an ideal is now being formed in racial consciousness. And the acceptance of certain basic concepts related to brotherhood is steadily increasing. Brotherhood as a fact of nature is still a theory, but brotherhood as an ideal is now being formed in racial consciousness. And the acceptance of certain basic concepts related to brotherhood is steadily increasing. Brotherhood as a fact of nature is still a theory, but brotherhood as an ideal is now being formed in racial consciousness. 339. One of the main schools of thought, or one of the main directions of ideas, which is destined to disappear, is the current generally accepted schools of philosophy known to us. Philosophy in its technical sense as the love of wisdom will spread as people more and more understand the meaning of wisdom and become wiser. However, it can be said that the current schools of philosophy have almost fulfilled their purpose, which was to formulate ideas about God and his connection with a person, about divinity, eschatology and spiritual relationships. The schools of thought have yet to exert their last significant influence. Then, in subsequent centuries, their place will be taken by those schools that will deeply and truly develop cosmology, for as soon as the word of mankind is understood and comprehended and the meaning of the individual is appreciated, the word of the cosmos will receive due, deeper attention. And the laws and nature of that great essence, by which we live and move and exist will be studied. The cosmic Christ cannot be known in any other way except as the individual Christ. Man, as we will see later, is on the verge of obtaining evidence of his divinity. Evolution has perfected its mechanism to such an extent that it is now a coordinated, integrated organism, a useful structure prepared for the divine user. In the course of the next few decades, the existence of the soul will be proven, and the work of introspective thinkers, mystics, and students of the occult will advance so significantly that the power of the soul will be recognized as a racial concept. And the laws of the soul will be recognized as replacing, although not canceling, since more always includes less, human laws. It means that it is the manifesting soul that always observes the law, because if the soul is not inclined to break the law, then the person also has no inclination to break it. 340. Evidence of the growing confidence that the soul is I is the powerful opposition to the theory put forward by those schools of thought that emphasize the primacy of matter and explain all phenomena, both objective and subjective, by the activity of matter. Through the struggle with those who adhere to other points of view, the truth is born, just as, in a broader sense, the spirit climbs on the shoulders of matter back to its original place, plus an improvement in quality is added as a result of acquired experience. In this case, knowledge will take the place of theory, and direct evidence will take the place of speculation. Theorizing of people about their divine nature should soon give way to conviction, and their philosophizing, to a direct study of the soul. What is recognized and allowed, even if not yet understood, is the object of attention and research. 341. I would like to express a warning in a few words, and also to summarize what has been said. First, don't hold on to the shape, whatever it may be. All forms are just experiments, and all of them reach the moment when the question is resolved, either to be discarded by it, or to be further revived. Secondly, remember that all personalities, including your own, according to the law, have their periods of ebb and flow. Periods of low tide, when they happen to those in high position, sometimes cause numbness to those who are under their influence and at the same time listen to their personality, and not to the inner God in their own hearts. Thirdly, understand also that just as in the individual life there are periods when the vision is obscured, the road is lost and the stars are swallowed up by the darkness, the same periods occur in groups. However, do not doubt that after the valley is crossed, this applies to all aspirants and all truly spiritual groups, the mountain of initiation is opened and conquered, after blackout comes vision, and after night comes day. This is also the case in large cycles affecting cosmic groups. In the smaller cycles that control the races, the same thing happens, and the same law governs all the smaller groups down to the groups of tiny lives that rule in the vehicles of man. This needs to be emphasized. Fourth, don't let yourself get discouraged. Discouragement occurs for three reasons. It is mainly due to a decrease in the vitality of the bodily organism. At the same time, the astral body makes too high demands on the physical, and the effort to respond and the perceived inability to do it properly creates one of the reasons for the appearance of despondency. Those of you who have a finely organized physical vehicle are often affected by the latter. The remedy for this kind of discouragement is obvious, isn't it? Rest and relaxation builds everything up in a new way and gives time to nature to settle everything. The sun also infuses new forces, saturating with prana. This must be taken into account. After all, ordinary common sense is a prerequisite, as well as the understanding that a person should do the work that suits his capabilities, and not overstrain, seeing a great need for her. Meditate on this. 342. Another reason for discouragement is the overdevelopment of the concrete mind, which, in turn, makes too high a demand for the emotional nature, and, then, again, for the physical one. To develop the ability to comprehensively survey the subject, too inadequate understanding of the world's need, too fast comprehension of many conclusions in connection with a particular case cause a powerful vibration of the astral body. This leads to the loosening of the physical vehicle, and we call the perceived result discouragement. This is where it is desirable to cultivate a sense of proportion, develop the ability to wisely settle and achieve mental balance. Healing consists in the realization that time, eternity, evolution, call it what you want, realizes the design and that everything does not depend on individual effort. Wise souls can hasten good work, but the result is still a foregone conclusion. If wise souls are not involved, still the power of evolution will bring about everything, albeit more slowly. Do not forget this, and if you are attacked by despondency from mental sources, calm down. Tune yourself and in contemplation try to feel the ultimate achievement of this great factor, time. 343. The third reason is in the more occult realm and is due to the balancing of pairs of opposites. When the pendulum deviates, what it should do and does, towards what we call darkness, evil, undesirable, it causes attention in those of you who are oriented towards the light, which is expressed in discomfort in all bodies and is especially strongly felt by the physical body. Like depression. The more sensitive your body is, the more you will respond to this type of temptation. This is one of those points that especially hinders the aspirant. This makes him negative and receptive to the formal side, which lowers his vibration. This hinders his progress, and as a result his service to the world suffers. To get rid of discouragement, one does not need to cultivate a strong opposite vibration, but one must wisely use the mental body, and, reasoning logically, find the cause of such conditions, the roots of which are either in your own personality or in your environment. This is how balance is achieved. The cure for depression is also the recognition of time as a universal healer. The means is also the calming down of the concrete mind, its subsequent connection with the soul, through the soul, with the ego group, and then, with the teacher. Never forget that contact with the teacher is achieved in this order, and that the one who more and more submits to the guidance of the soul is the one who more and more enters into the consciousness of his teacher. The means is also the calming down of the concrete mind, its subsequent connection with the soul, through the soul, with the ego group, and then, with the teacher. Never forget that contact with the teacher is achieved in this order, and that the one who more and more submits to the guidance of the soul is the one who more and more enters into the consciousness of his teacher. The means is also the calming down of the concrete mind, its subsequent connection with the soul, through the soul, with the ego group, and then, with the teacher. Never forget that contact with the teacher is achieved in this order, and that the one who more and more submits to the guidance of the soul is the one who more and more enters into the consciousness of his teacher. After a connection with the teacher has been established with disinterested intention, a balanced decision is made to try to make every effort to work with absolute dispassion and without any desire to see the results of one's labor. This process, if followed for a long time and patiently, will ultimately lead to the achievement of such equanimity that nothing can break. 344. There are 5 points that need to be cultivated by those who have chosen the path of the occult, and that the group needs to especially try to find. They are as follows. Purity of motive. Absolute fearlessness. Cultivating an imagination wisely balanced by reason. The ability to assess facts wisely and accept only what is consistent with higher instinct and intuition. Willingness to experiment. These 5 tendencies, combined with purity of life and regulation of thinking, will lead to success. Remember also that the goal is not to know everything there is to know, but to know only what can be wisely applied to enlighten the race and those who can be influenced by each of you in your own place. The real problem, as you can imagine, is achieving absolute fearlessness. Any fear, doubt, and anxiety will have to be eradicated. If you are able to do this, developing an inner point of contact and knowing how to work your way to sources of inspiration will grow at an amazing rate. Too many people cut off their sources of information with their uncontrollable emotional nature. The astral body can be learned to control. How? Outright ban. This method can be successfully used by beginners, however, it is not the best. It affects the physical body, leads to blockage of the astral body and to the same state of the etheric vehicle. It often causes headaches, clogged bile ducts, and other ailments. The direct realization of the immediate tasks and the realization that nothing happens to the disciple of the teacher that could not lead to greater knowledge, development, and greater usefulness in service. Fear for many is not based on shyness, a paradoxical statement, but, as a rule, on a mental state such as pride. For those who begin to polarize in the mental body, fear is connected to the intellect. Therefore, they are more difficult to overcome than the fears of a person polarized in the astral body. The latter can use his intellect to eradicate fear in the astral body. Mental types of people have to appeal directly to the ego, since it is always necessary to invoke the higher in order to cope with the lower. Hence the need to always keep the canal clean. Don't crush your fear. Drive it out with dynamic substitution power. A direct method of relaxation, concentration, calming and washing the whole personality with a stream of pure white light. This is done as follows. 345. Let's say you are in a state of panic, you are overwhelmed by very unpleasant assumptions, your imagination has gone too far and your mind is intensifying this frenzy. Remember that the emotional person's fears are weaker than yours. With a powerful mental body, you clothe your fear reactions in highly activated mental matter, which generates a powerful thought form that circulates between you and the event that frightens you. With this awareness, continue to strive for calmness. After relaxing your physical body, try to calm your astral body and stabilize your mind as much as possible. Then, visualizing yourself, personality, soul, and teacher, him as the top of a triangle, purposefully lower down the stream of pure white light and, passing it through your lower vehicles, sweep away, wash away everything that hinders you. Continue this process until you feel that you have achieved what you need. You may need to do this over and over at first. Later it will be enough once, and then the whole process will become unnecessary, because you will achieve victory. This refers to fears associated with a person. You engage the love aspect by filling yourself with love and light. Reasonable fears associated with the circumstances of the upcoming work and the awareness of material obstacles to it should be eradicated in a slightly different way. Use the following method here. 346. Calm the physical body. Calm down the astral body with a temporary ban. Connect with the ego and think about the best way to solve the problem. Having exhausted all the highest rational methods and clearly seeing the course of their actions, then increase your vibrations as much as possible and invoke additional light on the problem from intuitive levels. If your intuition and reasoning leads to harmony and thus indicates a way out, then continue. As an occult fact, not subject to discussion, you know that nothing can happen now that does not lead to better. You are sure that you are being led, and the one who is able to see the end from the very beginning does not make mistakes. The third type of fear that aspirants face more and more as they grow in strength and usefulness in service is based on an awareness of the forces working against the plan and interfering with the work ahead. Occult attacks take place, and the occult forces viciously take up arms against the aspirant. They can manifest themselves in one or another of the vehicles, and in rare cases, if the aspirant is significant enough, in all at once. Sometimes such attacks are directed against the individual worker, sometimes against groups of workers. To counter them, apply the first method with the following additions and changes. Connect, either as an individual, or by presenting yourself in a single group with your own soul and with the lodge of the teachers, not only with your teacher, but with all the brotherhood for which you work. Then, when you have achieved calmness, visualize those teachers you know about, and, raising your vibration even higher, connect as much as possible with the Kohens, Christ, and Manu, in accordance with the direction, religious or political, in which you work and in which the attack followed. Then, through this connecting circuit and through all the conductors, pass a stream of violet light. This method should be used only if absolutely necessary. The reason for caution lies in the etheric vehicle, which reacts extremely strongly to violet. 347. With these precautions in mind, you can boldly face the vibration of fear and eventually eliminate it. The employee's fears are divided into two types. First, fear of what the future will bring, and, second, doubt about the effectiveness of his efforts. Most people have both types at once. Most aspirants do not have fundamental doubts about the final result, but they sometimes doubt about the current results and go astray, knowing rightly, that it leads through trials and loneliness to the feet of the Hierophant. They are no less tormented by anxieties and high vibrations, which, apparently, come from high spiritual sources. Strong vibrations come with an ever-increasing frequency, and as the race evolves, the vibrations will increase. When the spiritual vibration becomes extremely powerful, two things appear. Firstly, all good aspirations and synchronous high vibrations are stimulated, and secondly, everything that we call evil is also stimulated. Aspirants must learn this carefully. The wave of crime may increase, but at the same time the number of groups that cultivate spiritual growth and high aspirations will increase. The result of the increased vibration in you aspirants can also manifest in different ways. It can be expressed in bodily fatigue, and it will have to be dealt with not so much through sleep and rest, although they are needed in the right proportion, as with a change in vibration, entertainment, and fun. Secondly, it is often expressed in deep depression, in strong heart depression when looking into the future. Be that as it may, look into this future, remembering that what the future brings is not yet revealed to us, but that crying comes in the evening, and joy in the morning. It also manifests itself in an increased sensitivity of the astral body, which is perhaps even more difficult to bear. The individual will have to cope with it to the best of his ability, bearing in mind the recommendations I have given. It is also expressed in the constant stimulation of the atoms of various conductors and their aggregate stable vibration, which gradually brings one closer to the goal, although the aspirant may not be aware of this. 348. It all depends on the student's ability to comprehend the inner meaning of events. All his progress on the path depends on his willingness to make the teaching his own. Only when we transmute the lessons of the inner planes into practical knowledge will they become part of our own experience and cease to be purely theoretical. Expansion of consciousness must become a steadily increasing practical experience. Theories are useless until we translate them into reality. Hence the benefits of meditating on the ideal. During meditation, our thoughts vibrate in unison with the idea we are thinking, and over time, this vibration becomes constant. Those who consciously, fully aware of embarking on occult training will have to be prepared to pay the required price. The reward at the end is great, but the path is steep and a true occultist goes it alone. The ability to stand alone, take responsibility, bring everything to the end without outside help and challenge evil in the name of achieving good, this is the sign of the white brother. Then be ready for loneliness, for vague, hidden dangers, be ready for the fact that life will pass without any reward for the individual. Only when the consciousness expands and the true position of man in the cosmic whole is clarified, the reward will become obvious, so stop being afraid and know that personality is temporary, and what of the fact that it suffers. Benefits brought to the universal brotherhood, the law explained and demonstrated in daily life, can induce the teacher in the end, yes, in the end, when everything is over, to say, well done. Good. So let your eyes look straight ahead. Do not turn left or right. The path leads upward, to greater vibration speed and greater sensitivity. Look for a balance point in your work and keep that balance, as the years will bring a lot of work, a lot of pressure and a lot of suffering. 349. Are you strong enough to see the sorrow of the world, to see the misery and still remain in joy? Are you able to partner in the work of advancing the evolution of the race and, understanding the necessity and inevitability of redemption through suffering and punishment, not try to stop this flow of reward? Selected and tested souls are now being trained all over the world. Teachers are overworked and their time is scheduled by the minute. They give what they can, but the application of what is given depends on the individual aspirant. Those of us who oversee and guide from the inside of life know your problems better than perhaps you who can withstand the burden and intensity of existence on the physical plane imagine. We know your physical failure, and someday we will be able to help you build strong bodies for world service. Now the astral miasms are such that it is almost impossible for you, our struggling brothers, to have good health. World karma does not allow this. Astral corruption and disgusting sedimentation tanks of the lower levels of the mental plane infect almost everyone, and the one who escaped them is happy. We watch with tenderness and care all of you who struggle, work, fight, fail and continue to serve with weak and sensitive bodies. Not 1 hour of service, spent in pain and stress, not 1 day of labor, after which there were torn nerves, a tired head and pain in the heart, will not go unnoticed. We all know and understand, but we are not able to do anything that only you, who are fighting in the field of peace, can do. In our era, the pressure of world karma is felt by each of you. If only you could understand that time is running out, and rest, joy and peace are on the way. 350. A partially won victory, days spent with at least a certain degree of success in striving for an ideal that has not yet been achieved, minutes of emptying the soul and body, when the only thing that you feel is the futility of everything, even the service itself. Weeks and months of effort and struggle, against seemingly insurmountable circumstances, against the colossal power of the forces of involution, against the raging streams of world ignorance, everything must be cognized. Be inspired by the confidence that love rules everything, gain courage knowing that the hierarchy is on guard. Those who try to tell the world more about the masters, who are trained to be focal points of contact, go through a very harsh discipline. They are tested in every possible way and they learn a lot through bitter experience. They are taught not to attach importance to recognition. They are trained to judge not by their appearance, but by their inner vision. The ability to recognize the purpose of the master and the ability to love are paramount. Aspirants who seek to be chosen to work as disciples must lose all desire to acquire anything for their separate self, must be willing to pay for knowledge at any cost. The proofs of the existence of the world of the subjective sphere of reality are paid for with the blood of the heart, since only in the blood of the heart can power be safely acquired and wisely applied. As long as you advance and as aspirants study the hidden laws of nature, you become aware of the need to pay the price. Spiritual revelation of the character of a student should be on a par with the growth of his inner knowledge. This knowledge grows in three ways. 351. 1. Thanks to specific expansions of consciousness, through which the student is exposed to the understanding of what should be achieved. This forms in his mind an idea of what he is about to comprehend and what is the first step towards what he is looking for. On the inner planes, the more advanced Kila guides the aspirant and shows him what to do, just as the mentor shows the student what lesson to learn. 2. The next step is mastering the lesson and working through the felt truths in meditation and experiment. This is a long-term process because everything must be learned and must become an integral part of the student's eye before he can move on. It is like counting the amount, digit by digit, line by line. The work is carried out until the total is obtained. The work is progressing both on the inner planes and on the physical. In the Palace of Teachings, the disciple studies at night for short periods of time, and then continues the work of the ministry. He brings this teaching into the consciousness of the physical brain in the form of a deep interest in certain subjects and an increased ability to think concretely and abstractly about various occult things that occupy his attention. He tries to experiment, tries various methods of studying laws and, over time, achieves valuable results for himself. Time passes, and as he learns and learns more, his knowledge becomes synthetic and he is ready to teach and communicate to others what he is already sure of. 352. 3. By teaching others, further knowledge comes. The definition of truth in the process of teaching others crystallizes the learned facts, and when influencing other minds, the aspirant's own vibration becomes in tune with ever higher planes, and thus he receives a fresh influx of intuition and attains an ever deeper understanding of truth. When one lesson is learned in this way, the next one begins, and when the student learns a certain set of lessons, he becomes a graduate and goes through initiation. The whole group he teaches greatly benefits from his step forward, because each student in an amazing, undetectable way carries those whom he mentors with him. Achieving one benefits the whole. The teacher leads his disciples forward and upward in a similar way. This subject is complex and to a greater extent relates to the secrets of the law of vibrational development. The consecration of the logos has a universal effect. You are correct in your assumption that the path of probation corresponds to the latter stages of the gestation period. At the first initiation, the one who is called in the New Testament a child in Christ begins his journey along the way. The first initiation simply means the beginning. A certain measure of right life, thinking and behavior has been achieved, the form that Christ is about to take has been created, and now this form must be revived and populated. The life of Christ enters, and the form comes to life. This is the difference between a theory and making that theory a part of yourself. You may have a great picture or image, but it lacks life. There is a man who, to the best of his ability, has modeled his life in the divine image. He has a good copy, but something is missing in it. What exactly? Manifestations of the inner Christ. The embryo was, but it remained latent. Now he is matured and born, and the first initiation is attained. Much remains to be done. The analogy is complete. Many years passed between birth and baptism for the disciple of Jesus. The remaining 3 initiations were completed in 3 years. The same thing happens on the path of the aspirant. 353. The second initiation marks the crisis of the power of the astral body. After baptism, 3 temptations remain to be overcome, which will demonstrate complete control over the 3 lower vehicles. After that, the transfiguration occurs, accompanied by knowledge of the future and absolute self-denial. So, we have the following. The moment of conception, that is, individualization. 9 months of pregnancy is the wheel of life. The moment of birth is the first initiation. Thus, the path is a process during which there is a steady expansion of consciousness and an increase in receptivity to higher vibrations. The latter manifests itself at first as a sensitivity to the inner voice, and this is one of the most necessary properties of a student. The great are looking for those who are able to quickly obey the inner voice of their soul. The times are critical, and aspirants are called to become sensitive to the voice of their master. His time is busy to the limit, and students are required to train receptiveness to the impressions emanating from him. A light hint, a pointing gesture, a short piece of advice, that's probably all that he has time for, and every student must be on the lookout. The pressure on the teachers now, when they are approaching the physical plane, is enormous. Now they are felt by more souls than when they worked only on mental levels. They, while working on denser planes, also find the conditions more difficult. Devas and disciples, aspirants, and those on the path of trial, are now gathering around them and organizing into groups for special work. Some souls can work only in mass, uniting by a common aspiration. Such, for example, are the majority of Christians who meet in churches. Not knowing the laws of the occult and only feeling the inner truth, they work in broad preparatory directions. They are assisted by groups of devas of the lower levels, or angels, who prompt, direct and control. Some souls can work only in mass, uniting by a common aspiration. Such, for example, are the majority of Christians who meet in churches. Not knowing the laws of the occult and only feeling the inner truth, they work in broad preparatory directions. They are assisted by groups of devas of the lower levels, or angels, who prompt, direct and control. Some souls can work only in mass, uniting by a common aspiration. Such, for example, are the majority of Christians who meet in churches. Not knowing the laws of the occult and only feeling the inner truth, they work in broad preparatory directions. They are assisted by groups of devas of the lower levels, or angels, who prompt, direct and control. 354. Others, more advanced, work in smaller groups. They hold more idealistic views, and among them we see thinkers and leaders of social reform, champions of complete renewal in the humanitarian sphere, as well as church leaders, both Christian and Eastern. They are led by blue-yellow devas of higher levels, while the previous group is led by pink-blue devas. Behind them are even more advanced ones, aspirants, probationers, and disciples of the world. They work 1, 2, or 3, and there are never more than 9 people in their groups. The occult meaning of these numbers is essential to the success of their work. Great white gold devas watch over their work. Behind these 3 groups are the teachers and the devas of formless levels, the Great Brotherhood, which has made a vow to serve humanity. Movements are initiated to transform, as far as possible, the work of destruction into constructive work. The time is critical, as there was a pause in the work of the destroyers. The opportunity arose to change the course of events and rebuild the social body. That is why each of you needs to devote yourself with renewed vigor to the work of redemption. Individuals must be subordinate. Aspirants must live without harming by thought, word, or deed. Thus, each of you will provide a clean channel, become an outpost of the teacher's consciousness and form an energy center through which the brotherhood can work. The first task of the aspirant is to curb the emotional nature. Then he becomes victorious in the field of Kurukshetra, the clouds diverge, and further he can walk in the light. Remember that being able to walk in the light brings with it its own problems. How can this be, you ask? Here is one simple but, I think you will agree with this, compelling argument. 355. When a person really walks in the light of his soul, and clear sunlight pours out through him, revealing the path, he, at the same time, reveals the plan. However, at the same time, a person realizes the fact that the plan is still very far from completion. The darkness becomes more pronounced, the chaos, anguish, and failure of world groups are exposed, the baseness and abomination of the opposing forces becomes visible, and all the sorrow of the world falls on the shaken, albeit enlightened, aspirant. Will he be able to withstand such pressure? Will he be able to see grief and, nevertheless, always rejoice in the divine consciousness? Is he able to see everything that the light reveals to him, and at the same time calmly continue his path, remaining confident in the ultimate triumph of good? Will he be shocked by the evil that has manifested on earth, and will he forget about the heart of love, which beats behind everything outside? The student must always remember this, otherwise he will be amazed at what he finds. However, with the appearance of light, he realizes a new, for himself, form of energy. He is learning to work in a new field of opportunity. The realm of the mind opens to him, and he discovers that he knows how to distinguish between the emotional nature and the mental. He also discovers that the mind can be made to assume the position of a controller, and that the forces of the senses dutifully respond to mental energies. This is provided by the light of reason, the light that is always present in a person, but acquires meaning and power only when it is seen and cognized either phenomenally or intuitively. Many false teachings about the mind and soul are circulating today. The teachings of one of these schools, which should not be named, can be summarized as follows. 356. Nature is cruel and selective. She is guided by the law of survival of the fittest. In the selection process, millions of lives are sacrificed, and many form births go nowhere. Hence the rarity of attaining the life of the soul. Only a few people have a soul, and therefore few have immortality and achieve their own power, so as not to return. The rest are lost, drowned, and absorbed in the general process of nature, and the human kingdom as a whole is lost, except for a few prominent figures who have appeared in the past and present. They stood out thanks to the sacrifice of the multitude. However, the reaction of the people themselves to this teaching is a worthy response. The feeling of immortality, confidence in the eternal future, innate faith in God, the revelation of light, the acquisition of wisdom that helps and guides, are not the prerogative of only Seneca, St. Paul, Akbar, and the like. All this is present, sometimes in its purest form, in the most inconspicuous peasant. Words of wise counsel leave the tongue of the uneducated, and knowledge of God and belief in the immortality of the soul are found hidden in the hearts of those from whom it would least be expected, and often in the hearts of the most sinful people. However, when the highly evolved and most intelligent members of a race discover the divine flame within themselves and awaken the power of the supreme controller residing in the heart of their being, they are extremely prone to rank themselves in a higher order than others, and believe that those who do not recognize their mental understanding of the differences in evolutionary development are so different from them that they do not deserve the title of sons of God. They consider everyone who does not work with mental energy, who does not have a soul and therefore does not have eternal existence as individuals. This is just an obsession of the mind, part of the great heresy of separateness, indirectly pointing to a future period when the mind will become as dominant and misleading as the sentient body is now. 357. So let's examine the types of mental energy that an individual has to work with and see how this great heresy of separateness, the mistake of denial, as it is sometimes called, can be overcome. One of the first things we need to keep in mind when considering these types of energy is that their direction and operation can be more easily understood in a broader sense for all of humanity than their action when mental energy is used individually. So far, only a few human beings consciously use this type of power, and therefore only a few are able to understand what it really is. People as individuals are increasingly taking possession of their intellectual heritage, but in terms of numbers, hardly 1 in 10,000 uses this innate power and functions skillfully in their mental body. Nevertheless, if we look at humanity as a whole and look back at the past development of the race, we will see the most concrete actions of mental energy and the outstanding results of its application. The use of two factors distinguishes man from animal, whether he uses them consciously or unconsciously. Both of them are to some extent inherent in the animal, but man is the only entity in the three worlds that is able to consciously benefit from them. One factor is suffering, the other is discrimination. Through suffering and the subsequent process of analysis, relational plus memory and visualization, man has learned what to avoid and what to cultivate. This applies to events of the physical plane and sensory experiences. Thanks to the distinction in the sphere of ideas and among streams of thoughts, a person learned to decide on what to base his activities in any human affairs. Even though he has an incomplete understanding of the true nature of ideas and the embodiment of the truths perceived by him is far from perfect. The fact that he often chooses unwisely, that the ideas governing group behavior are not the highest, that public opinion is formed based on personal and selfish interests, can only be too sad a truth. The ancient commentary expresses in symbolic language with particular beauty what relates to both of these characteristics. As you read the following phrases, reflecting on them, remember that water symbolizes sensitivity, or astral reaction, and fire is a symbol of mentality. 358. Soothing waters cool. They gradually bring relief by separating form from anything that can be touched. The feverish heat of long repressed desire gives way to a cooling current. Water and suffering soothe each other. The cooling process is long. Blazing fire eliminates everything that stands in the way of life. Bliss comes after fire, like fire after waters. Water and fire combine and create a great illusion. They produce fog, veil, steam, and noise, hiding light, hiding truth and hiding the sun. The fire burns violently. Suffering and waters disappear. Coldness, heat, light of day, the radiance of the rising sun and perfect knowledge of truth appear. This is the way for all seekers of light. First, the form with all its passions and desires. Then there was suffering. After, soothing waters and the ignition of a small fire. The fire flares up, and the heat burns inside the tiny sphere, doing its fiery work. Humidity, dense fog also become visible. To suffering is added a woeful confusion, for those who use the fire of the mind at an early stage are lost in an illusory light. The heat becomes unbearable, then the ability to suffer is lost. When this stage is passed, the unimpeded radiance of the sun and the pure, bright light of truth are revealed. This is the path to return to the hidden center. Use suffering. Summon fire, a wanderer, in a strange, unknown land. The waters wash away the natural growth of dirt and mucus. The fires burn the disturbing forms that try to restrain the wanderer, and thus bring liberation. Living waters, like a river, carry the stranger to the heart of the Father. Fires destroy the veil that hides the face of the Father. 359. Probably one of the first instructions that each student should learn as he tries to understand the nature and way of using the mind is that the importance of public opinion should give way to his own individual consciousness of righteousness, and that only when such an attitude to the individual is established consciousness, it will take its right place, becoming that living embryo that can bloom into the divine flower of the Son of Mind, Manasaputra, and becoming the thread that leads back to the sphere of the universal mind. This consciousness, this thread, if followed, will lead the individual to the advisory chamber, where the plan and the purpose of the great life are revealed and where any human egoism and self-interest disappear in the clear light of the will of God. Through the correct understanding and correct use of the astral nature, control over it, as well as comprehension of the nature of feeling consciousness, a person is able to penetrate into the very heart of God himself and find out, dispelling all doubts, that everything is good. Since everything is love. Thanks to the correct use of the mind and the correct understanding of the nature of the intellect, a person is able to penetrate into the mind of God and know that everything is good, since everything is planned and the divine purpose unswervingly fulfills its tasks. The work of the Atlantean adepts was to instill in the world consciousness the fact that God is love. This symbolically expresses the truth, as does the use of the word God. The work of the Aryan adepts is to instill in the world consciousness the fact that God is will. At the same time, they work with the intellect of the human family in order to help people take control of the mind, subjugate other forms to the mind, and through the mind reveal to a person what is and what will be. Thus, a person's connection with the esoteric head center of one life is established. Various types of forms of the animal kingdom they bring in contact with the heart center of nature, thanks to the development of sensitivity in them and the opening associated with it through pain. This phrase expresses a truth that cannot be expressed more clearly until the consciousness of a person becomes more inclusive. The forms of the divine manifestation of the vegetable kingdom, through the use of color, are also brought into vibrational contact with that force center of nature, which is analogous to the throat center of man. 360. In using these words, I mean mainly the life that is expressed through our planet, that is, of our planetary logos, but, it is worth repeating, this idea can be extended and used for greater life, which is only a reflection and expression of which is our planetary logos. Man is the brain of nature, animals, heart, the plant world is an expression of creative power, or throat center. These three kingdoms of nature correspond in a peculiar way to the three higher centers of man. Just as the three kingdoms located on the involutionary arc correspond to the three lower centers, and the mineral kingdom, no matter how incomprehensible this idea may seem to those of you who do not have the consciousness of the vital aspect, corresponds to the solar the plexus. This great center of synthesis and redistribution between what is above and what is below. These correspondences change over time. In Lemurian times, if we consider humanity as the kingdom of nature, it expressed the center of the solar plexus, while the animal kingdom symbolized the sacred center, and the center at the base of the spine was symbolized by the plant kingdom. In the middle of the Atlantic period, which was characterized by some major changes and experiments, there was a change in the whole process. Certain egos came, as we know from the secret doctrine and the treatise on cosmic fire, and through their efforts a giant leap forward became possible. The chit, or mental substance, vibrated more strongly, and we are now living in a period of the most intense activity of the concrete mind. 361. Esoteric teaching says that all three aspects of divinity are in themselves threefold. Therefore we can divide the energy of the mind of humanity into three aspects as well. Thus, we have the lowest concrete mind, which in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali is called chit, or mental substance. Abstract mind, or that aspect of the mind that is associated with the world of ideas. Intuition, or pure reason, which for a person is the highest aspect of mentality. For all three, the overshadowing, or all-inclusive, sphere of expression is the third aspect of the logos, which we call the universal mind, the active intellectual deity. Lines of force from these three lower aspects lead back, if we are entitled to use such an inadequate expression, to the third plane, just as astral lines of force lead to the second, or monadic plane, although in relation to human consciousness they lead only to the buddhic or intuitive plane. It is interesting to note that just as the monad, impelled by desire, produces that form of life that we call personality, so the aspect of the mind, as part of the design carried out by the universal mind, in turn produces that manifestation that we call Manasaputra, the great son of mind. On the mental plane, therefore, it is the principle of the mind in humanity that brings into manifestation the egoi body, the causal vehicle called the Karana Sharira, or the 12-petaled lotus. Here, of course, we express ourselves exclusively in terms of the aspect of form. The reason is found on the cosmic planes on which the planetary logos leads his life. An impulse emanates from the cosmic astral plane, leading to the existence of forms and their concrete expression, since any dressing in a form is the result of desire. 362. From this we can conclude that the correct use of energy by initiates ensures its connection not only with the higher planes of the solar system, but also with those cosmic planes on which, symbolically speaking, our logos has his personal aspect. The correct use of physical energy by initiates gives him freedom on the cosmic physical plane. The correct use of astral energy by initiates gives him power on the cosmic astral plane, and the correct use of mental energy gives him access to the cosmic mental plane. It is clear that the three higher centers of a person, with perfect functioning, contribute to the transfer of energies from these higher planes to the area of activity of the initiate and become gates to the spheres, until then closed to him. Each center, or chakra, is made up of three concentric turns of a spiral, turning into each other, or wheels, which in a spiritual person on the path of testing slowly move in one direction, but gradually accelerate their rotation as he approaches the portal of the path of initiation. During initiation, the center of the chakra, the point of latent fire, is touched, the rotation becomes more intense, and the movement becomes four-dimensional. It is difficult to put these ideas into words so that the uninitiated can understand them, but this effect can be described as a transition from measured rotation to rotation radiation, a wheel revolving around itself, as expressed in the ancient scriptures. Thus, when through purification, following the rules and aspiration, which does not stop any obstacles and which does not stop due to suffering, the aspirant achieves the pulsation and rotation of his centers, then, and only then, the teacher can lead him into the presence of the Hierophant. Then the initiator, having full knowledge of the ray and the sub-ray of the disciple, both equi and personal, and aware of karma that has not yet been fully worked out, touches the center or centers ready for revival, and the hidden fire flares up and focuses. Always remember that with the revitalization of a center, a corresponding vitalization of the corresponding head center necessarily takes place, until finally the 7 centers in the body and 7 centers in the head rotate in unison. Remember also that as the 4 small rays pass into the 3 main rays, so the 4 small centers likewise pass into pralaya, having their focus on the throat center. So, we have 3 centers, head, heart, and throat. 363. I understand that all this technical information is difficult to comprehend, however, it has its value, and much of what is reported here will be useful when all of you cross over to the other side and a new cohort of aspirants follow in your footsteps. Mental body training makes a lot of sense, but many avoid technical details on the pretext that they prefer the life side of the truth, although it's all about their inherent mental laziness. The teaching that you are now receiving is just the ABC of esotericism. But don't waste time on overly detailed research. All that is possible now is a broad overview, a reserve of patience, a willingness to admit the limitations of the physical brain, and an acceptance of hypotheses. It makes sense to believe in these hypotheses as long as your intuition does not oppose them or they do not contradict previous teachings, given by other lodge messengers. I do not proclaim everything that I have said as a dogma. In these instructions, I only provide certain information, the correctness of which I leave to demonstrate to the future. I only ask you to take it into account, and in the future, much of what now seems strange or even contradictory will be illuminated, gradually deciphered, and easier to assimilate. Little knowledge leads to great confusion if the assessment of its truth is not postponed until the years of study increase the stock of knowledge and it can be tried to put it into practice. What now seems strange or even contradictory will be illuminated, gradually deciphered, and easier to assimilate. Little knowledge leads to great confusion if the assessment of its truth is not postponed until the years of study increase the stock of knowledge and it can be tried to put it into practice. What now seems strange or even contradictory will be illuminated, gradually deciphered, and easier to assimilate. Little knowledge leads to great confusion if the assessment of its truth is not postponed until the years of study increase the stock of knowledge and it can be tried to put it into practice. 364. Let's get back to our topic. The human heart center opens the door to what is called the heart of the sun. The throat center opens the door to a full understanding of the path of the physical sun, and all true astrologers need to eventually activate this center. The head center opens the way to the central spiritual sun, and each center is connected through a planetary correspondence with one of the cosmic planes. So, we have the sum of technical details and facts, which, according to the law of analogy, are of purely academic interest, no more. Even those of us who are initiates know practically nothing about the cosmic planes except the cosmic physical. Our consciousness is just beginning to become solar, and we direct our small forces to overcome the planetary limitations that keep us from solar knowledge in life. For aspirants who do not even know what planetary consciousness is, the value of the above information lies only in the fact that it emphasizes the synthetic nature of the great plan and the fact that the smallest unit is an integral part of the whole. It also emphasizes the idea that energy is a fluid of life, circulating through the entire body of the logos and thereby animating even the tiniest atom of this whole. It is very important to strive to capture the whole picture and see the miracle of what comes to light. Nevertheless, it would be a waste of time to ponder, for example, about the cosmic astral plane, even if the ego plane, the fifth subplane of the cosmic physical plane, counting from top to bottom, is still unattainable for the average person and constitutes the goal of all his aspiration and meditation. 365. Therefore, for a person, the universal mind can best be realized with the help of what is called concrete mind, abstract mind, and intuition, or pure mind. The concrete mind is the ability to create forms. Thoughts are things. An abstract mind is the ability to build images, models, or a mind that works with blueprints from which shapes are modeled. Intuition, or pure reason, is the ability that allows a person to come into contact with the universal mind and embrace the plan synthetically, comprehend divine ideas and highlight some fundamental pure truths. The aim of all the work of the aspirant is to understand those aspects of the mind with which he must learn to work. Thus, his work can be summarized as follows. 1. He must learn to think, discover that he has an apparatus called the mind, and reveal his abilities and powers. They are well analyzed for us in the first 2 books of the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. 2. Then he must learn to control his thought processes and, having pacified the tendency of his mind to form building, identify the ideas underlying this divine thought form, the world process. In order to learn to work in cooperation with the plan and subordinate his own ability to create thought forms to these ideas, he needs to learn to penetrate into the world of these divine ideas and study the images of the heavenly, as they are called in the Bible. He must begin to work with the blueprints, according to which everything that exists is modeled and built. Then he becomes a symbolist student and from an idolater turns into a divine idealist. I am using these words in their true sense. 366. 3. Becoming an idealist, he must progress even further, until he enters the realm of pure intuition. Then he will be able to know the truth from its source. He enters the mind of God himself. He becomes intuitive as well as idealistic, and also becomes receptive to divine thoughts that fertilize his mind. Later, getting used to these intuitive outbursts, he calls them ideas or ideals and bases all his work and activities on them. 4. Then comes the period of work on the conscious construction of thought forms on the basis of divine ideas emanating in the form of intuitive insights from the universal mind. This is done through meditation. Every true student knows that this implies concentration in order to attune, or orient, the lower mind to the higher. The usual urge to build thought forms is temporarily blocked. Thanks to meditation, which is the ability of the mind to be in the light and in this light to be aware of the plan, he learns to carry out the necessary ideas. Through contemplation, he becomes able to enter into that silence, which will allow him to connect to the divine mind, extract the thought of God from the divine consciousness and know. This is the work of every aspirant, hence the need for him to understand the nature of his mental problem, the tools with which he must do the work, and the application that he must find what he learns and receives through the correct use of the mental apparatus. How to do it. How to achieve this and how to build subsequently. No matter how small or insignificant the individual thinker may be, in cooperation with his brothers he wields a mighty power. Only thanks to the stable, strong, correct thinking of people and the correct use of mental energy, evolution can progress in the desired directions. Correct thinking depends on many factors, some of them are useful to list briefly. 367. 1. The ability to be aware of the vision. It includes the ability to be even slightly aware of the archetype according to which the lodge is trying to model a race. This implies cooperation in the work of Manu and the development of abstract, as well as synthetic thinking, the disclosure of intuition. Intuition snatches from high places the detail of the ideal plan hidden in the mind of the Logos. As this ability develops, people will touch sources of power that are not on the mental levels, but form those levels that feed the mental plane. 2. Then, realizing the vision and only for a moment seeing a particle of beauty, amazing how small people know how to see. You get a favorable opportunity to lower as much of this plan as you are able to the mental plane. At first, you barely catch the vision, and yet it will begin to materialize. At first you find that you are able to come into contact with it only occasionally, since the vision comes through the mediation of the causal body, and so far only a few are able to maintain this high state of consciousness for a long time. But the struggle for understanding will lead to results, and gradually the idea will seep to specific levels of the mental plane. Then it will become a concrete thought, something that can be clearly visualized and taken as the basis of thinking. 3. When this is done, what happens next? The period of gestation, the period when you build your thought form, based on the amount of vision that you are able to convey to your consciousness. This should be done slowly, as stable vibration and a well-aligned shape are desirable. Haste in work does not lead to anything good. While you are building, a need begins to be felt, a strong desire to convey this vision to the earth, to acquaint other sons of men with it. Then you animate the thought form with the power of your will, you try to force it to be, the rhythm becomes heavier and slower, the material built into your form inevitably thickens, and you find that the thought form of your vision is wrapped in the matter of the mental and astral planes. 368. 4. Happy is the student who can bring the vision even closer to people and achieve its embodiment on the physical plane. Remember that materializing any aspect of the vision on the physical plane is never the work of one person. Only when many have realized it, only when they have worked through its material form, their combined efforts are able to bring it to external manifestation. Thus, you are convinced of the benefits of education and the formation of public opinion. This brings many assistants to the aid of several seers. The law always operates, as it decreases, differentiation occurs. 2 or 3 perceive the plan intuitively, then the rhythm which they have established by their thought excites the activity of the matter of the mental plane. Thinkers grasp the idea. It is difficult to learn and difficult to do, but the reward is great. For those who struggle, strive, and persist, the joy is doubled when materialization occurs. You feel the joy of contrast, for knowing the darkness of the past, you enjoy the light of achievement, you feel the joy of a tried and tested community, as the years have revealed your chosen companions, and your connection has been forged in common suffering, you feel calm after victory. Because for a tired fighter the fruits of achievement and rest are doubly sweet, you feel the joy of participating in the plan of the teachers, and all is well that closely ties you to them. You feel the joy that you helped calm the anxiety of the world. That you brought light to the souls who lived in darkness, that to some extent healed the open wound of world grief, and the consciousness of days lived right. The gratitude of saved souls evoke the deepest joy, the joy known to the teacher. When with his help the brother climbed the stairs a little higher. This is the joy that lies ahead for all of you, and it is not that far away. So work, but don't for the sake of joy, but in the direction of it. not for the sake of a reward, but out of an inner need to help, not for the sake of gratitude, but out of the impulse that comes when the vision is realized and the role that you are meant to play in bringing that vision down to earth is recognized. 369. It is helpful to understand the difference between happiness, joy, and bliss. 1. Happiness is rooted in emotion and is a personal response. 2. Joy is a quality of the soul and is realized in the mind when alignment is achieved. 3. Bliss represents the nature of the spirit, and speculation about it is useless until the soul feels its oneness with the Father. This state replaces the earlier stage when the personal I is connected with the soul. Therefore, speculation and analysis of the nature of bliss will not benefit the average person, whose ideas and terminology are forcefully personal and associated with the world of feelings. Is happiness or joy inherent in the aspirant? If the latter is inherent in it, it must come as a result of group consciousness, group solidarity, oneness with all beings, and may not correspond at all to the concept of happiness. Happiness is felt when a person meets conditions that satisfy him in one or another part of his lower nature. It comes if a person feels physical well-being, is satisfied with his environment or the people around him, or satisfied with her mental achievements and contacts. Happiness is the goal of the separate self. 370. If, however, we try to live as souls, the satisfaction of the lower person is not taken into account, and we find joy in group relationships and in creating conditions that lead to a better expression of the souls of those with whom we associate. Bringing joy to others in order to create an environment in which they can better express themselves can be expressed in physical actions if we are trying to improve their financial situation, or in emotional impact, if our presence soothes and inspires them, or in intellectual impact, if we encourage them to think and understand more clearly. And what we feel at the same time is joy, since our action was disinterested, sincere, and independent of the conjuncture and the social position of the aspirant. The feeling of happiness goes away when poor health oppresses, problems with others appear, conditions of existence become difficult when the accumulated karma of many births pressures or when family, national or racial forebodings take possession of a sensitive person. The happiness of adolescence or the self-centered contentment of a selfish person who has shut himself off from all problems should not be confused with joy. It is a banality and an occult paradox that in a moment of deep personal grief and unhappiness, the joy of the soul can be recognized and felt. However, this is the state of affairs, and this is what the student must keep in mind. Some people are happy because they turn a blind eye to the truth or hypnotize themselves, living in a shell of illusion. The aspirant, however, has in most cases already reached the stage when his eyes are wide open and see clearly. He has learned to tell himself the truth and does not build a dividing wall between himself and others. He has awakened and revived. He is sensitive and often suffers. He wonders why what the world calls happiness and tranquility seems to have abandoned him, and asks himself what will happen in the end. 371. We, watching and leading on the inside, watch with loving attention all of you who are caught in the thick of the collision. We are like the general staff, which monitors the battle from a safe height. Our safety is the guarantee of your ultimate success, as we hold in our hands the solution to many problems and help you if the battle begins to run counter to our plans. I would like you to always remember the extremely important statement that the destruction of forms is the secret of all evolution. Don't consider it a truism. You will find that such destruction is constantly occurring, and you must be prepared for it. Teachers use the form to the very last possible extent. They try to work through it, trapping life between the bounding walls just as much how much the form serves its purpose, and the Rasa receives instruction through this form. Then a moment comes when the form ceases to serve its intended purpose, the structure atrophies, crystallizes and becomes easily destructible. Then its destruction becomes a matter of the greatest importance and benefit, and a new form takes its place. Observe and see if this is so. The form is always built, it is always used as much as possible, the form always collapses when it begins to interfere and restrict the expanding light, and a new form is always quickly created. This is the method from the beginning of the eon. while the new form takes its place. Observe and see if this is so. The form is always built, it is always used as much as possible, the form always collapses when it begins to interfere and restrict the expanding light, and a new form is always quickly created. This is the method from the beginning of the eon, while the new form takes its place. Observe and see if this is so. The form is always built, it is always used as much as possible, the form always collapses when it begins to interfere and restrict the expanding light, and a new form is always quickly created. This is the method from the beginning of the eon. In the days of infancy, races remained in shape for a long time. Evolution progressed more slowly, but now, when everything rushed up, the life of the form is short-lived. She lives for a short period, it quickly fulfills its purpose and is replaced by another form. This speed increases, not decreases, as the consciousness of the race, or the inner expansion of its life, vibrates at an ever faster, lighter rhythm. 372. It is also necessary to realize that one of the principal purposes of aspiration in our time on the part of those whom you call the elder brothers of the race is to stimulate, purify, and coordinate the etheric body. The etheric body is not only a transmitter of prana, but also a means of manifesting all the energies that we consider. It is also important in solving other problems. A. Being literally matter of the physical plane, etheric consciousness represents the next step forward for the race. This will at first be demonstrated as an opening of etheric vision and the ability to cognize etheric matter. B. In the near future, it will become a field for research by modern scientists. For 10 years, many medical professionals have recognized the etheric body as a fact of nature. C. Most of the diseases that the physical body suffers from in our time have their roots in the etheric body. Purely physical diseases are few, if any. The source of illness is in the astral and etheric states. D. The secret of safe, healthy clairvoyance and clairaudience is to purify the etheric vehicle. E. The ethereal emanations of people can greatly pollute the atmosphere. Therefore, the appearance of a more attractive and healthy humanity depends on the purification of this body. Hence the importance of the etheric body. There are many other reasons that will be discussed later. As you begin to form your own ideas about the subject, it is helpful to stick to broad generalizations until the whole topic is clear in your mind. 373. However, work on the etheric body from the point of view of the hierarchy is not limited only to human bodies. This is a planetary process. The etheric body of the earth itself undergoes a certain stimulation. The spirit of the earth, this mysterious planetary essence, not the planetary logos, is revived in a certain new sense, and such revival of it generates many interesting consequences. It goes in 3 ways. 1. By increasing the speed of vibration of the etheric atoms as a result of the manifestation of the ceremonial ray. This should not be thought of as a sudden, violent change. From the student's perspective, the increase in speed seems so slow and gradual that it is almost imperceptible. However, there is stimulation and it will be recognized over the centuries. 2. As a result of the influence of certain astral forces on the etheric body, which leads to slow but concrete changes in the internal structure of the atom, the opening of the consciousness of another spirula and the general densification of the entire cosmos of the atom. 3. Due to the use by the Mahachohan on the inner planes of one of the powerful talismans of the 7th ray. It should be noted that the spirit of the earth is slowly and gradually awakening. It is on the involutionary arc, and will move to the evolutionary one in the indefinitely distant future. Therefore, he will not carry us along. For now, he still serves our purpose, offering us a home within his body, but at the same time remaining separate from us. Thanks to this stimulation, the devas of the ethers consistently advance in their evolution and approach closer to their ideal. 374. To everything that I said about the human etheric body, about the planet, about the spirit of the earth, one must add one more very important fact related to the current situation. It must be grasped that the 7th ray is currently dominant over the 5 rays. The seventh ray is the ray that controls all ether and devas of ethers. He controls the seventh subplanes of all planes, and now dominates the seventh subplane of the physical plane. In addition, in the current fourth round, when any ray enters a specific incarnation, it not only controls the subplanes of the same ordinal number that it has, but also has a special influence on the fourth subplane. Note how this influence is currently manifesting in the three worlds. The fourth ether, the lowest of the ethers, must become the next conscious physical plane. Etheric matter is already becoming visible to some, and by the end of this century, many will see it. The fourth subplane of the astral plane holds most people back when they die, therefore a lot of work can be done for a huge number of people. The fourth mental subplane is the plane of Devachan, foundation of the hierarchy. The various energies affecting a human being and causing him to unfold form his field of experience. The two words, disclosure and experience, are always interconnected, as one causes the other. As experience is gained in the world of form, a parallel opening of consciousness takes place. Since opening causes a constant change in awareness and, as a result, a constant reorientation to a new state of awareness, it inevitably leads to a new experience, the experience of unfamiliar phenomena, new states of being and previously unknown dimensions. Hence the frequent preoccupation of the student with the fact that he cannot reach the point of rest in any way. The attainment of a state of rest was the aim of the Atlantic aspirant. The goal of the Aryan disciple is realization. He can never be static, he can never rest, he constantly adapts to new states, constantly learns to function in them, in order to then discover that they, in turn, have given way to new states. This continues until his consciousness is stabilized in the I, in the One. The initiate then recognizes himself as the observing oneness watching the phenomenal phantasmagorias of life and form. 375. He moves from a sense of oneness to a sense of duality, and from it again to a higher oneness. At first, the I identifies itself with the aspect of the form to such an extent that all duality disappears into the illusion that the I is a form. Then the form obviously forms all that is. This is replaced by a stage when the inner I begins to realize both itself and the form. Then we express ourselves in terms of the higher and lower I. We talk about the I and its shells. About the I and not I. The stage of duality is characteristic of the aspirant and the disciple right up to his preparation for the third initiation. He begins with the knowledge that he is a spiritual being, limited by form. For a long time, his consciousness remains primarily the consciousness of form. Gradually it changes, so gradually that the aspirant learns the lesson of patience, up to the ability to endure not I. Until a life of equilibrium sets in, when neither the influence of the soul nor the influence of form prevails. This causes in a person a state of obvious negativity, inertia, which can last 1 or 2 lifetimes, and it seems that he is not moving in one direction or the other. This will serve as a valuable hint to employees when communicating with people. Then the balance is disturbed and the soul begins to dominate, increasing its influence, and the entire aspect of consciousness begins to shift towards the higher of the two aspects. However, duality still remains, since man is now identified with the soul, now with the nature of the form. This is the stage in which many of the most diligent disciples are at present. However, gradually a person becomes immersed in the soul, or absorbed by the soul, and thus gains contact with all aspects of the soul in all forms. All of the above requires reflection, and it is important to understand this, since there are schools of thought, such as Vedanta and other mystical schools of thinkers, that emphasize the aspect of life and seem to deny duality. Other schools, such as the Theosophical, despite all the refutations, teach the presence of I and not I and, thus, operate with the concepts of duality. Both are right, and both need each other. It should be remembered that in the process of manifestation we move from relative oneness through duality to complete oneness as follows. 376. Unity of form, when the I is identified with the form and absorbed by the formal life. Duality, characterized by unstable fluctuations between I and form, when the focus of consciousness is now in the soul, then in the form. The unity of the soul, when nothing is seen but the soul, and only being is registered by consciousness. So it is clear that both schools are right and that the concept of duality is a step towards essential union with the one life. It should be remembered that just as the astral plane is the battlefield, Kurukshetra, for the aspirant or the probationer, the mental plane is the battlefield for the disciple. That is where his Kurukshetra is. The aspirant must learn to control his emotional psychic nature through correct control of the mind, and this is what Krishna is trying to emphasize when he instructs Arjuna on the next step towards correct vision. The student must develop mental attentiveness and, through the correct use of the mind, achieve a higher realization and begin to actively apply an even higher factor, intuition. The aspirant repeats in himself the racial disclosure and reproduces the racial drama. In order to understand this, it is necessary to assimilate some facts of this drama in the work of the hierarchy. I will enumerate them. 377. 1. The movement to spread the secret doctrine began 18 million years ago. 2. Only 4 of those who initiated this undertaking are still with us. The work, which is to induce and direct, is now centered, so to speak, in the hands of 3 groups of lives. A. Those representatives of our earthly humanity who have fully prepared themselves for service. B. Some essences who came to our earthly scheme of evolution from other planetary schemes. C. A large number of devas of superhuman evolution. Collectively, they form the occult hierarchy of the planet, working in 3 main divisions and 7 groups, as mentioned in many theosophical books and summarized in the Consecration Human and Solar. 3. In the earliest stages, the hierarchy was called by various names. Among others, it was called the Temple of Ibis. 4. Consider the foundation of the Temple of Ibis. For this it is necessary to consider the period of the coming of the White Brotherhood to Earth and the task before him. This will entail the recognition of some factors that have never been adequately addressed. It is a recognized fact in occultism that for our earthly humanity the advent of the occult hierarchy was epoch-making. It triggered 2 events. The concrete crystallization of that group soul which is now called the 4th, or human, kingdom. The awakening of manas, or mind, in animal man in 3 ways. 378. A. Direct incarnation of some members of the White Brotherhood, when they introduced new and necessary factors, passing them on to their children. B. The concrete introduction of what in the occult scriptures is called the spark of the mind into the animal man. It is just a beautiful description of the direct act of creating the necessary mental unit, or mental apparatus of thought, within the causal or spiritual body. C. The gradual stimulation of the mental faculty in the animal man and the constant vitalization of the latent germ of the mind, until it blossoms with the manifested mind. This took a huge period of time, and when the Brotherhood had already established its headquarters in Shambhala and directed their actions from there, it was considered necessary during the first subrace of the Atlantic root race to make certain additional efforts so that the evolution of the race proceeded in accordance with the plan. Students of the mysteries must remember that although Shambhala is spoken of as existing in physical matter and occupying a certain place in space, the said physical matter is ethereal. The Lord of the world with his helpers of higher degrees occupy bodies formed from etheric matter. 5. About 17 million years ago, considering that the arrival of the hierarchy and the founding of Shambhala took place about 18.5 million years ago, it was decided to establish an organization on the dense physical plane, the headquarters for the mysteries, and to assemble a group of adepts and Kohens who functioned would be in dense physical bodies in order to respond to the needs of rapidly awakening humanity. 6. The first outpost of the Brotherhood of Shambhala was the original Temple of Ibis, located in the center of South America. In a much later period, one of its branches was the ancient institutions of the Maya, who practiced basic worship of the sun as the source of life in the hearts of all people. The second branch was established later in Asia and is represented by Himalayan and South Indian adepts, although their work has changed significantly since then. In the future, discoveries will be made that will prove the reality of the ancient form of hierarchical work. ancient records and monuments will be unearthed, some on the surface of the earth and many in underground citadels. As the secrets of Central Asia are revealed in the territory stretching from Chaldea and Babylon through Turkestan to Manchuria, including the Gobi Desert. 379. Here we emphasize that the word Ibiza, like an acrostic, hides the real name of the planetary logos of the earth, one of whose principles is manifested in Sanat Kumara, thus making him the direct embodiment of the planetary logos and the expression of his divine consciousness. These 4 letters represent the first letters of the real names of the 4 avatars who embodied 4 of the divine principles on the 4 globes of our earthly chain. The letters Ibits are not real centaur letters, if such an inaccurate expression in relation to the ideographic language is permissible, but they are Europeanized distortions. Their true meaning is communicated only at the 4th initiation, when the nature of the planetary logos is revealed and concrete contact with his 4 avatars is made through the direct mediation of Sanat Kumara. 7. Regarding the work of the adepts of Ibits and their mysteries, it must be emphasized that the whole direction of their work was different, as it should be, from the work of the adepts of our time. Their goal was to stimulate mysticism and the kingdom of God in the human atom. It is extremely difficult for the average person of our time to comprehend the nature of their work due to a different state of his consciousness. The adepts of Ibits had to deal with infant humanity, the polarization of which was absolutely unstable and the coordination very imperfect. The mentality was completely undeveloped and people were almost completely astral. They functioned on the astral plane even more consciously than on the physical. Part of the work of the early adepts working under the leadership of Shambhala was to develop the energy centers of the human unit, stimulate the brain and make it fully self-aware on the physical plane. Their goal was to induce awareness of the kingdom of God within man, and little attention was paid, when them taught their disciples, to induce awareness of God in nature or in other units. 381. In those days it was necessary to apply methods that have a much stronger effect on the physical body than is now allowed. Methods of physical stimulation were used and the laws of energy were taught, acting through various centers. Until the time came for another great change in hierarchical methods, when the door from the animal kingdom to the human kingdom was closed and the door of initiation was opened. The hierarchy believed that man was already sufficiently self-centered and individualized to withstand a radical change in methods and practice. All this took a long period of time, and the phallic teachings, tantric magic, and practices of hatha yogis that have come down to us, but degraded, are the remnants of ancient temple training. 380. 8. When the door of initiation opened many millions of years ago, the lodge came to 2 decisions. That individualization should stop until a person not only coordinates the physical and astral bodies and begins to think self-consciously, but his consciousness goes beyond the physical and astral levels. Once he becomes group conscious, the door to the realm of self-awareness will be open again. That the path of mysticism should ultimately lead to the occult path and that it is time to make plans for the issuance of teachings and organize mysteries that will reveal the nature of God in everything visible, and not just in man. The individual should be taught that, although he is an individual, he is only part of a larger whole, and that his interests should be subordinated to the interests of the group. Gradually, the teaching was reorganized and the program expanded. Little by little, as people became ready, the mysteries were revealed, until at last the wonderful mystery schools of Chaldea, Egypt, Greece, and many others appeared. 9. 3 points should be mentioned. A relatively low point in the evolution of many people and their natural physical polarization. B. The work of black adepts and followers of the left path. When the followers of Ibits, again, under the guidance of the masters of Shambhala, began to retire to the temples in order to make the mysteries less accessible and to counteract abuse and distortions, a number of their original followers, many of whom had tremendous power and knowledge, entered into a struggle with them. This is one of the reasons for the appearance of black and white magic and one of the reasons why purification with the waters of the flood was considered necessary. 382. C. The powerful thought forms that were built in the early mysteries of the Ibits and which, especially in America, have not yet been destroyed. This gigantic guardian of the threshold of all true mysteries must be slain without regret before the aspirant can proceed further. 10. The work of the adepts of Ibits and the mysteries of the Temple of Ibits still exist and are carried out all over the world by teachers and adepts in physical embodiment. They teach the meaning of psyche, ego, or soul and human unit, so that a person can truly become who he is, God walking on earth, whose lower nature, physical, astral, mental, is completely controlled by the soul, or the aspect of love. And not theoretically, but practically. In this case, the physical body will not tempt a real person, the emotional nature, the desire body, will no longer be misleading, and the mind will not overshadow everything true and spiritual, and God will use 3 bodies as tools to serve the race. Then the human kingdom will be transcended and the person will go to the spiritual kingdom in order to undergo further lessons there, just as infant humanity, leaving the animal kingdom, trained and learned its functions and work with the help of the mentors of Ibits. 383. In the days of Atlantis, the goal that the hierarchy of teachers set for itself was to awaken the nature of love in man, which was a step towards the awakening of the heart center. For this, the teachers of that time themselves were focused, intentionally and purposefully, in the heart center and preferred to work exclusively through this center, subordinating to the requirements of the time their mental equipment and mental energy that they could use. In teaching the initiates, they did not reveal their mental strength until the 3rd initiation. In our race, this method has completely changed. Now the hierarchy works exclusively on mental levels, although it bases all aspirations on past achievements associated with the heart center. Therefore, prior to the 3rd initiation, students should strive to work exclusively with mental energy in an attempt to gain control over it, master it, and use it. Then their effort is concentrated on the transmission, from the ego levels, of the volitional aspect of the soul. The personality must be subordinated to this will until it turns into an automaton of the soul. Then intuition begins to exercise control, and energies from the intuitive or buddhic plane begin to influence the nature of the form, the personality. This period of intuition control is preceded by many lifetimes during which glimpses of intuition appear and the student learns the essence of enlightenment. However, until the 3rd initiation is taken, it is the enlightened mind that is the dominant factor, and not purely intuitive perception or pure reason. After this great dedication, marking a certain exit beyond the consciousness of form, the initiate is able to function at will on the plane of intuition. And his mind is relentlessly pushed into the background until it becomes part of the instinctive apparatus, the same part of that very subconscious instinctive nature, the existence of which materialistic psychologists so emphasize. Intuitive perception, clear vision, direct knowledge, and ability to use the undifferentiated energies of the universal mind are the main characteristics of the Aryan adepts. I use the word undifferentiated in the sense of freedom from plurality. Of course, certain basic differences remain. The will of the soul, if we consider the soul as being on one of the 7 rays, is repressed by the will of the whole. 384. These words mean little or, at best, have only theoretical meaning for students. When I tell you that the will transmitted through the controlled mind is embodied in 7 types of energy and that these 7 types correspond to 7 types of people, you will no doubt say that all this is clear and not difficult to assimilate. But do you really understand? 7 types of energy and 7 types of responsive mentality depend on 7 types of rays. In this statement, we note the differentiations of the soul aspect as perceived by the mind. These are the 7 differentiations from which come many of the differences that characterize the aspect of form. And all these differences and differentiations retain their power over man until the 3rd initiation. Thanks to them, he is involved in certain main directions of activity and life tendencies in accordance with the ray on which he is. These are all mental differences. And since all souls precisely on the mental plane take the forms of solar angels, or divine sons of mind, therefore they form different groups and focus different energies, which allows the plan of ages to be carried out through the 7 main divisions. At the next stage, after certain great changes in consciousness have taken place and the form has lost its power, even these differences disappear, and the plan becomes visible in its entirety, life is recognized in its essential unity, and the concept of monad begins to acquire real meaning. Students should always remember that all sorts of distinctions and categories are a product of the activity of the mind, that they are due to modifications of the thinking principle and control over the form by mental energy. Since the central thinker of the universe acts using the power of thought, the task of overcoming these differences and particulars remains practically insoluble until the aspirant comes under the full control of the second aspect of divinity, emerging from the dominance of the third, or material, aspect. However, before the third initiation, even the second aspect, the aspect of love, implies the existence of duality, since duality is inherent in love itself, since there is always a lover and a beloved, a desire and a desired, a seeker and a sought after. Only when the first aspect. 385. Let's try to express this topic in 3 clear statements. In them we will summarize the work done by the student as he struggles with the energies of the mental world and masters them. 1. Working on the mental plane leads to an awareness of duality. The student tries to connect the soul with its guide, and he does this consciously. He seeks to merge them together. He seeks to realize that here and now they are one. The unification of I with not I is its goal. The first step in this direction is taken when he ceases to identify himself with the form and begins to recognize himself, during the transition period, as a duality. 2. A correctly used mind thus becomes capable of registering 2 types of energy, or 2 aspects of the manifestation of the one life. He registers and interprets the world of phenomena. He registers and interprets the world of souls. He is sensitive to the 3 worlds of human evolution. He likewise becomes sensitive to the realm of the soul. He is the great mediating principle during this period of dual discrimination. 3. Later, the soul and its instrument are so united, acting as a single whole, that duality disappears and the soul recognizes itself as all that is, all that was and all that will be. 386. There is a curious ancient Atlantic chant that is no longer used, but in those distant times was sung by initiates who took the 3rd initiation, the final initiation of that era. Here it is. The translation of the symbols in which it was written inevitably led to a loss of rhythm and expressive power. I stand between heaven and earth. I see God, I see the forms that God takes. I am not aiming for any of them. They mean nothing to me, for I am not able to reach one of them, and I no longer feel any love for the lower one. I am tormented. I don't know space and its life, and therefore I don't want it. Time and its myriad forms I know only too well. I am suspended between the 2, wanting neither one nor the other. God speaks from high heaven. A change is taking place. I listen with an attentive ear and, listening, I turn my head. What I see, although unattainable, becomes closer to my heart. The old desires reappear, but quickly die. Old chains are ringing loudly. I rush forward. Myriad voices are ringing and knocking me astray. The rolls of earthly sounds drown out the voice of God. I turn off the straight path and again see the joys of earth, flesh, and kinship that have held me for a long time. I am losing the vision of the eternal. The voice of God fades. I am tormented again, but only for a short time. Back and forth my little eye rushes like a bird that soars into the heavens and returns to the tree. Yet God, in his high place, keeps the little bird longer. Therefore, I know that God will conquer and, in the end, will subdue my mind and myself. Hear my joyous song of victory, work completed. My ear is deaf to all the calls of the earth, except for the quiet voices of souls hidden in outer forms, for they are like me, I am one with them. The voice of God is clearly audible, and in its tones and overtones the small voices of small forms fade away and disappear. I am in a world of oneness. I know that all souls are one. I am attracted by the universal life and on my way forward, the way of God, I see all the lesser energies subside. I am the one, I'm God. I am the form in which all forms are connected. I am the soul in which all souls are fused together. I am life, and all small lives abide in this life. 387. The chanting of these ancient formulas on specially selected notes has had the most powerful effect and has produced definite results in some ancient, long extinct ceremonies. Let us add the fourth to the three brief statements above. 4. When chit, or mental substance, is prompted to activity by abstract ideas, that is, embodied thoughts of the divine mind, carrying the energies of their creator and, therefore, the cause of phenomenal effects in the three worlds, and when divine understanding and synthetic comprehension of will and design are added to this God, then the three aspects of the mind unite. We considered them earlier and called them mental substance or chit, an abstract mind, intuition, or pure reason. They must unite in the consciousness of the aspirant. As a result, the student builds a bridge, antarana, connecting spiritual triad, causal body, personality. When this is done, it means that the egoi body has already served its purpose. The solar angel has done its job, and the formal side of existence is no longer needed in the sense in which we understand it and use it as a means of gaining experience. Man enters into the consciousness of the monad, the one. The causal body disintegrates, personality, but not individuality, disappears, and the illusion ends. This is the completion of the great work, and another Son of God enters the Father's house. The fact that he may need to go out from there into the world of phenomena in order to work on the plan is quite likely, but for this he will not have to go through the processes of incarnation, as an ordinary person has to do. Now he is able to form the body of manifestation for himself to work. He can work with energy and with energy according to the plan. 388. An examination of the energies that came to our attention in the analysis of Rule X led us to consider personal energy emanating from A. Coordinated person, B. The most influential human beings, C. Groups, such as 1. Hierarchy of adepts, 2. The integrating group of New Age mystics. It is very important for us to discuss this group of New Age mystics, since every year it is gaining strength. Planetary energies emanating from A. 7 planets, B. The Earth, C. The Moon. Let us note only a few points in connection with this and the next categories of energies, since this book is instructions for the aspirant, and not a treatise on energy. Solar energies emanating from A. The physical sun, B. Space sources. In all considerations concerning these energies, it should be remembered that these energies come to us through, or rather, forming, the bodies of certain lives, which we call devas, larger or smaller groups of devas. Thus, we are constantly working in bodies consisting of these lives, and therefore we influence them. Those who have studied the treatise on cosmic fire will find it helpful to highlight the following points. 389. 1. The lowest types of devas, or builders, on the evolutionary path are violet devas, followed by green and finally white devas. They are all governed by a fourth special group. They control exoteric processes, the processes of the existence of the physical plane. 2. One should not, however, forget that at the lowest rung of the evolutionary ladder there are other groups of lives, erroneously called devas, who work in accordance with the law and are controlled by higher entities. These are, for example, the denser forms of gaseous life, often called salamanders, fire elementals. They are under the direct control of the Lord Agni, the Lord of the mental plane. In our mental age, the element of fire, as never before, is included in the mechanics of life. Eliminate all technologies that use heat, and you will stop our civilization. You will have to abandon all vehicles and lighting methods. You will eliminate all production. In essence, these fiery lives are contained in everything that burns, and in warmth. 3. According to the law of correspondences, the mental plane is analogous to the third subplane of the physical plane, the plane into which science is now beginning to penetrate. The main expression of the mind in the material world is what we call our scientific civilization. 4. Agni rules on the mental plane and also rules on the third subplane of the etheric planes. He is the lord of the fifth, or mental, plane, counting from top to bottom, to use symbolic terminology. In the present world cycle, Agni dominates, although Indra, the lord of the buddhic, or intuitive, level, exercises a more subtle and constantly increasing control. All humanity strives for the fourth plane, which unites the 3 higher and 3 lower planes, although at this time the plane of the mind, or fire, is most important. 390. 5. It should be remembered that just as in concrete incarnations people are focused or polarized in different bodies, sometimes in the astral, sometimes in the mental, so in our time it can be stated that our planetary logos is focused in his mental body. It was said that he strives for the 4th cosmic initiation, which makes it possible for us to attain the 4th initiation, because he promotes us with him and at our specific level we develop as cells of his body. 6. In time, Indra will gain control and the age of air will come. More and more, as the buddhic principle manifests itself and oneness is achieved, we will see the manifestations of the air age. Confirmation of this can be seen in the gradual assimilation of air by man. In an esoteric sense, everything in the future will become lighter, more refined, and more ethereal. I choose my words carefully. 7. Our God is a consuming fire refers mainly to Agni, the controlling factor of our era. The fire devas will play an increasingly important role in all earthly processes. They were given the work to prepare for the coming of the new age, the emergence of a new world, a new civilization and a new continent. The last great march was under the direction of Varuna. 8. Agni controls not only the fires of the earth and governs the mental plane, but is also specifically related to the work of awakening the sacred fire, Kundalini. Note the analogies. Most of the 5th root race, perhaps 3/5, have approached the path of probation. And with the advent of the new age and the arrival of Christ in due time and in his own place, note the caution of my statement, dogmatic statements in terms of the human concrete mind are undesirable. Many will find it possible to perform the necessary super effort that will enable them to accept the first main initiation. They will begin to move from the 5th to the 4th plane. The Lord of Fire will successfully complete his specific work for this cycle by awakening the Kundalini fire in the masses of those who are ready. 391. In your work, you may later be shown, it all depends on the degree of your preparedness, methods of approaching these dominant forces, but this will happen subjectively and not due to magical work and formulas. Achievement of the correct vibration will occur automatically when the correct states are reached and the correct connections are established. Again, I want to emphasize that we will not waste time studying complex planetary connections and interactions of solar energies, but we will study the laws of practical spiritual life. I only strive to state a few thoughts that are related to the coming age and will allow a person to move forward towards his glorious heritage, into which he must inevitably enter according to the good law and through the experience of rebirth. Through rebirth, he learns to dominate and use form correctly. Forms themselves are not expressions of personality. Let us explain the last term. There must be 3 types of energy, 3 types, connected, fused and coordinated into a single functioning organism. So, personality is a fusion of mental energy, emotional energy, and life force, and they are all disguised, hidden, or revealed, mark the terminology, with the help of an outer shell, or a form of dense physical matter. This outer crust is itself a form of negative energy. As a result of the unification of the 3 energies in an objective form, self-awareness appears. Their fusion creates that sense of individuality that justifies the use of the word I and which connects any event with itself. If there is such a central conscious entity using the mind, feeling, and reacting thanks to the emotional body and energizing the dense physical body, through the vital or vital body, then the person is a person. It is a self-conscious existence in form. This awareness of one's individuality in relation to other individuals is inherent in both God and man. However, the sense of individuality exists only during the creative process, only as long as the aspect of matter and the aspect of consciousness are the eternal duality of nature. In our evolutionary development, this feeling is not recognized by pre-human forms. It is recognized by the human kingdom and is recognized, but subordinated, and reduced to naught. It is a self-conscious existence in form. This awareness of one's individuality in relation to other individuals is inherent in both God and man. However, the sense of individuality exists only during the creative process, only as long as the aspect of matter and the aspect of consciousness are the eternal duality of nature. In our evolutionary development, this feeling is not recognized by pre-human forms. It is recognized by the human kingdom and is recognized, but subordinated, and reduced to naught. It is a self-conscious existence in form. This awareness of one's individuality in relation to other individuals is inherent in both God and man. However, the sense of individuality exists only during the creative process, only as long as the aspect of matter and the aspect of consciousness are the eternal duality of nature. In our evolutionary development, this feeling is not recognized by pre-human forms. It is recognized by the human kingdom and is recognized, but subordinated, and reduced to naught. About larger forms and consciousnesses, which we call superhuman. 392. Personality is a state of awareness, the conditioning factor of which is the mental substance, but this state can be transcended when the mental substance ceases to maintain control. Since the individual mind substance is an integral part of the universal mind and since the mind principle is inherent in all forms, a sense of individuality and self-awareness is always possible. However, in higher states of consciousness, it ultimately takes a subordinate position. For example, God can always and invariably be aware of the reality that forms the I and which determines the integrity of the solar system and the interaction between the solar and other systems, but the consciousness of divinity. The awareness of the solar deity is not focused on the awareness of oneself as an individual. The latter, as a result of past world periods and experience, is below the threshold of divine consciousness and has already become the same part of the cosmic instinctive nature, like any human instinctive manifestations. The focus of eternal attention, if I have the right to use such an unusual expression, in which words inevitably express almost nothing, is in the realms of awareness beyond our comprehension. His awareness transcends our horizons as much as the knowledge of the Master of Wisdom transcends the horizons of an ant or a mouse. Therefore, this topic is useless to discuss. For us now the achievement of personality is actual, that is, the achievement of complete registration, or awareness of the inner I. 393. I am is the cry of every human being. I am that is the cry of every person who is aware of his individuality and uses his personality to express the will of the essence that dwells within, the true man. I am what I am is the exclamation of an individual soul, which has dissolved into the whole and is aware of its unity with the soul, or I, of everything. Let us briefly list the characteristics of an individual who begins to function as a person. They are simple, clear, and predominantly selfish. Do not forget that the first step on the path to personality disclosure is, inevitably, selfishness. Remember also that the main obstacle for an advanced highly developed personality is self-centeredness, or persistence in the egoistic attitude. Therefore, the characteristics of the sequential development of personality are as follows. 1. Ability to declare, I am, I want, I desire, I express my will. 2. Awareness of yourself in the center of your small universe. The heavens move around me and the stars revolve in their paths. This is the motto of this stage. 3. Dramatic perception and tendency to imagine oneself as the center of one's environment. 394. 4. A sense of responsibility, a tendency to consider the surrounding members of the human family as dependent on themselves. 5. A sense of significance, stems from the above. It manifests itself as power and influence, if there is a real, steadily awakening essence behind the persona, or as boastfulness and bombast, if a narrow-minded selfish creature is functioning. 6. The ability to use all one's equipment so that the mind and brain function in sync, thereby subjugating, curbing or controlling the emotional nature. This presupposes a steadily increasing use of thought. 7. The ability to live a coordinated life so that the whole person functions and is guided by purpose, expressing the energy of will, desire, expressing the energy of an emotional or psychic nature, and vitality that aligns the physical vehicle with purpose and desire. 8. The ability to influence, persuade, guide and retain others in order to achieve their individual goal or desire. Upon reaching the last stage, the three energies that form the personality are successfully connected, and the mechanism, or instrument, of the inner eye becomes a useful and valuable property. The person is a strong personality and becomes the center of the group. He becomes a focal point for other lives and is an influential magnetic individual, guiding others, connecting human units into groups and organizations. Often he becomes the head of an organization or party, religion, political entity, or nation. This is how the most influential personalities emerge, as they discover the difference between the center of power, I, and equipment. In the end, they realize their calling in the true sense of the word. 395. It should be emphasized that such a gradual development is accompanied by an inner growth of the soul's awareness, although the way of expressing this inner growth depends to a large extent on the ray on which the spiritual essence is located. There is one point to be noted here which aspirants must approach with caution. Usually, the words spiritual growth mean the growth of religiosity. Usually a person is considered spiritual if he is interested in the world scriptures, if he is a member of the church, or lives a righteous life. But this is not a real definition, as it is not exhaustive enough. It is due to the influence of the age of Pisces on human thinking and terminology, the influence of the sixth ray and the work of the Christian Church, all of which are eminently necessary and included in the Great Plan, but, apart from it, lead to an excessive emphasis on some divine expressions, missing from mind other life expressions of divine consciousness. The true meaning of the words spiritual growth is much broader and more inclusive than their interpretation in religious or mystical literature or organizations that disseminate metaphysical truth. Power, determination, and will are divine qualities and expressions that are equally clearly manifested through Mussolini and through the Pope. The degree of modification and reduction of these qualities depends on the mechanism of expression, which in any case serves as an obstacle. A powerful person can function in any area of human expression, and her work will justify the word spiritual insofar as it is based on high idealism, the greatest good for the greatest number of people, and self-sacrifice. These three traits, idealism, group service, and sacrifice, are characteristic of those individuals. 396. That is why the main emphasis in all truly esoteric schools is on motive. People with strong individuality who develop group consciousness inevitably find their way into esoteric schools in some life and must be directed so that, opening up, the nature of the soul subdues and uses the personality. Pronounced traits of individuals that are not yet centered in the soul, not controlled by it, are a sense of superiority, ambition, pride, lack of love for the whole, although they often have love for those who are necessary for them to implement their plans or to ensure their comfort. Thus, the following stages are observed in the successive development of mankind. The stage of animal consciousness. Emotionally polarized individualism, selfish and driven by desire. The first two stages plus an increasing intellectual understanding of the environment. The stage of responsibility for family or friends. The stage of striving to satisfy ambitions, to achieve influence and power in any area of human expression. This leads to a new aspiration. The stage of coordination of personal equipment under the influence of the previous stimulus. The stage of influence, selfishly used and often destructive, since higher considerations are not yet perceived. The stage of steadily increasing group awareness. She is seen. A. As a field of opportunity. B. As a sphere of service. C. As a place where sacrifice in the name of the common good becomes admirably possible. 397. The last stage takes the person onto the path of discipleship, which, not worth repeating, includes the previous phase, the path of testing, or verification. The task is to determine at what rung of the ladder, at what stage a person is at a given specific time. Behind every human being there is a long series of lives, and some are now reaching the stage of dominance of egoistic personality expression, making themselves fully conscious individuals. It is as much a step forward for them as discipleship is for all of you. Others are already personalities and begin to experiment with the energy flowing through them, and gather around them those who vibrate on their note and for whom they carry a certain message. Hence the myriad of small groups all over the world working in every known area of human expression. Others have left this stage, begin to reorient themselves from personal expression in the three worlds of human life and are motivated by energy, representing the highest aspect of personal energy. They no longer work, plan, or fight to express their personality, to influence the world individually, or to magnetically gather around them a group of people who look at them with reverence, thereby nourishing the seeds of their pride and ambition and making them powerful and significant. They begin to see things in their new, truer perspective. In the light of the whole, the light of the small eye is extinguished, just as the light inherent in each atom of the body is focused and then dissolves in the light of the soul when it flares up in all its glory, thereby nourishing the seeds of their pride and ambition and making them powerful and significant. They begin to see things in their new, truer perspective. In the light of the whole, the light of the small eye is extinguished, just as the light inherent in each atom of the body is focused and then dissolves in the light of the soul when it flares up in all its glory, thereby nourishing the seeds of their pride and ambition and making them powerful and significant. They begin to see things in their new, truer perspective. In the light of the whole, the light of the small eye is extinguished, just as the light inherent in each atom of the body is focused and then dissolves in the light of the soul when it flares up in all its glory. When the stage of selflessness, service, submission to the one eye and sacrifice in favor of the group becomes the goal, a person reaches the position where he can be accepted into the group of world mystics, knowledgeable and group workers, who are a reflection on the physical plane of the planetary hierarchy. A new group of world servers. We have often mentioned an integrating group of knowers who begin to operate on Earth, are closely knit and held together by an inner spiritual connection, and not by any external organization. The planetary hierarchy has always existed, and from time immemorial, over the centuries, those sons of men who prepared themselves for work and meet the requirements, find their way into the ranks of those who stand behind the world evolution, directing the destinies of these little ones. The posts they hold and the work they do are theoretically known, and the names of some of them have been given to the masses, but what price they paid and what personal sacrifice they made, the masses will never know. I will not discuss the hierarchy of adepts. Books on this topic are readily available, and what is written in them should not be perceived unconditionally, but taking into account the permissible symbolic interpretation and the limiting effect of words. 399. However, now an event is taking place on Earth, in its own way as important and significant as the crisis of the Atlantic era, when the physical, vital, and astral bodies were coordinated and formed a functional unit. Then the yoga of devotion, or bhakti yoga, was applied to educate aspirants of that time. The reflection of the hierarchy on the physical plane, as far as it was then possible, was formed from those who were able to work and study with devotion, using ceremony and images of certain activities to carry out hierarchical work on Earth. Thus, a school was organized to train those who could later be admitted to the ranks of the hierarchy. The remnants of this Atlantic group are known to us as modern Masonic movements, and the work of the hierarchy was thus perpetuated in signs and symbols. Thus, in the consciousness of the race, a figurative idea of the most important state of the planet, which was expressed in the human family in this threefold coordination, was preserved. But the results were mostly objective. Form and symbol, instrument and surrounding objects, temple and emotional mood, function and externalities were the most important factors. They veiled the truth, and therefore we have retained the outer, visible form of the inner, spiritual reality. In those days, only those who felt within themselves a craving, a desire for a mystical vision, who deeply loved and were devoted to the spiritual ideal, were allowed to participate in the mysteries and work. They were not required to have an active, lively mind, and their intellectual abilities were practically nil. They needed authority that they liked to obey, they learned through ceremonial, they were devoted to the great ones, whose names and figures stood behind those occupying positions in exoteric lodges. The mind was not involved. This must be remembered. There were no individuals. The world is now entering another great moment of crisis. I do not mean the current world conditions, but the state of human consciousness. The mind has attained functional power, the personalities have become coordinated. The three aspects of man are united, another formation, or representation, from the hierarchy of adepts became possible. On the physical plane, without any exoteric organization, ceremonial or external form, a group of men and women is integrated, silently, constantly and gaining strength, which will eventually replace the previous hierarchical effort. It will unite all churches, groups, organizations, and form that oligarchy of chosen souls that will rule and govern the world. 400. There are such people in every nation, but they are distinguished and selected not by the observing hierarchy or by any teacher, but thanks to the strength of their response to a favorable spiritual opportunity, to a new wave and note. They are in every group, church, and party and will therefore be real representatives of all strata. They do this not for the sake of their own ambitions and vain projects, but thanks to an absolutely disinterested desire to serve. They are at the top in every branch of human knowledge, not because of the noise that they raise around their own ideas, discoveries, and theories, but because they are so comprehensive in their views, so broad in their interpretation of truth that they see God's providence in all events. The presence of God in all forms in His note, sounding through each channel of communication between subjective reality and objective external form. They are found in all races, they speak all languages, they contain all religions, all sciences, and all philosophies. Their characteristics are synthesis, containment, intelligence, and superior mental development. They have no creed, except for the creed of the brotherhood based on one life. They do not recognize any authority, except for the authority of their own soul, no teacher, except for the group they are trying to serve, and humanity, which they deeply love. They are not fenced off by any barriers and are distinguished by wide tolerance, sound mentality, and a sense of proportion. They look with open eyes at the world of people and recognize those whom they can inspire and in relation to whom they can take the position that the great ones occupy, inspiring, teaching and helping. They recognize their peers recognize each other when they meet and stand shoulder to shoulder, collaborating in the work of saving humanity. It does not matter that their terminology is different, their interpretation of symbols and scriptures is different, that they are stingy with words or verbose. They see members of their group in all areas, political, scientific, religious, economic, give them recognition and extend a brotherly hand. They also recognize those who are ahead of them on the ladder of evolution, greet them as guides and try to learn from them what they are so eager to convey to people. Their interpretation of symbols and scriptures differ, that they are stingy with words or verbose. They see members of their group in all areas, political, scientific, religious, economic, give them recognition and extend a brotherly hand. They also recognize those who are ahead of them on the ladder of evolution, greet them as guides and try to learn from them what they are so eager to convey to people. Their interpretation of symbols and scriptures differ, that they are stingy with words or verbose. They see members of their group in all areas, political, scientific, religious, economic, give them recognition and extend a brotherly hand. They also recognize those who are ahead of them on the ladder of evolution, greet them as guides and try to learn from them what they are so eager to convey to people. 401. This group is a product of the past, and I will now talk about this time. In addition, I will outline the current situation and outline the general directions in which the cooperation of this group and its future work will develop. It is true that such a group is being formed, and this bodes well for the decades to come. Gradually and slowly, she already makes her presence palpable, but her influence is still mainly subjective. So let's start with the past. Around 1400, the hierarchy of teachers faced a difficult situation. With regard to the work of the second ray, which is to unfold spiritual truth, what may be called the complete reification of that truth has taken place. The activity of the first ray has also caused intense differentiation and crystallization among the nations and governments of the world. Both of these states, uncompromising orthodoxy and political divisions, have persisted for generations and are still manifest. Today we have a similar position in the world of religion and in the world of politics. This will be so, whether we are considering India or America, China or Germany, whether we are studying the history of Buddhism with its many sects, Protestantism with its myriads of warring groups, or the history of numerous philosophical schools in the East or in the West. This condition is widespread. 402. Noticing and observing this state of affairs over the next 100 years, the elder brothers of the race called a meeting of all the chapters around the year 1500. Their goal was to determine how to increase the urge for integration, which is, in essence, the keynote of our universal order, and what measures can be taken to achieve that synthesis, unification in the world of thought, which would make possible the manifestation of the plan of divine life, which caused everything to being. When the world of thought gains unity, the outside world will come to a synthetic order. Here it must be remembered that the masters think in broad categories and work with B about Alchemy cycles, evolutionary aspirations, tiny and temporary cycles, small ebb and flow of cosmic processes attract their attention to a much lesser extent. At that meeting, they set themselves 3 tasks. View the divine plan as wide as possible and refresh your minds with this vision. To note what influences, or energies, are available for use in the enormous effort that they have undertaken. To train the men and women who were then probationers, chellists, and initiates, so that at the right time they have at their disposal a suitable team of helpers on whom they could rely for centuries to come. In connection with these aspirants, 2 problems emerged. They had to face the inability of even the most advanced students to maintain continuity of consciousness, an inability that even initiates demonstrate to this day. The teachers discovered that the minds and brains of the Kila are practically insensitive to higher touch, and this state also persists to this day. Chellists, both then and now, had an aspiration and desire to serve humanity, devotion, and sometimes tolerable mental equipment. However, that telepathic sensitivity, that instinctive response to hierarchical vibration, and that freedom from lower psychism, which are the necessary prerequisites for intense intellectual work, was strangely lacking. They are still discouragingly incapable of them. Telepathic sensitivity is now clearly increasing as a result of the prevailing world conditions and evolutionary tendencies, and this, for workers of the inner plane, is the most encouraging sign. 403. Here, you may reasonably ask, what is this plan? When I speak about the plan, I do not mean such a general plan as the plan of evolution or the plan for humanity, to which we have assigned a somewhat insignificant term, soul opening. These 2 aspects of the plan for our planet are taken for granted and are only ways, processes, and means leading to a specific goal. The plan, as it is understood at the present time and on which the teachers are tirelessly working, can be defined by the following words: it is the achievement of such a subjective synthesis of humanity, such a telepathic interaction that will ultimately destroy time. This will make available to every person all past achievements and knowledge, reveal to a person the true purpose of his mind and brain, make him the master of this equipment, and, therefore, omnipresent, and ultimately will open the door to omniscience. The upcoming implementation of the plan will evoke in a person an intellectual understanding of the divine purpose and the desire to contribute to the achievement of this divine purpose, for which the one who we live and move and exist by has considered it necessary to take embodiment. Do not think that I can tell you about this plan as it really is. It is impossible for anyone below the level of an initiate of the 3rd degree to get even a rough idea of him, much less understand it. developing a mechanism through which the student can connect with the one who is responsible for carrying out the plans, and gaining the ability to know, and not just dimly feel, that tiny aspect of the whole, which represents the next step forward and for the embodiment of which cooperation with them is possible. This is what can be achieved by all disciples and should be the goal of all aspirants. Therefore, with the exception of the tested students, who are not yet distinguished by a sufficiently stable aspiration, everyone is able to make efforts to achieve continuity of consciousness and awaken that inner light, which, when it becomes visible and intellectually used, contributes to the discovery of other aspects of the plan, especially the one that is capable of to respond and usefully serve the enlightened knower. 404. Doing this has been the goal of learning for the last 400 years. From this fact you can infer the exceptional patience of the knowers of the race. They work slowly and deliberately, without any rush on the way to their goal, but, and now I have to give very important information, they have a limited time. The explanation for this is in the law of cycles. This law defines periods of opportunity, which necessarily have their own term. During these periods of opportunity, certain forces, influences, and energies temporarily act, and it is these that the teachers try to use. During the meeting described above, the assembled servants of the race, looking ahead, celebrated the impending arrival of the Aquarian age with its special energies and wonderful opportunities. They noted all this and tried to prepare a person for this period, which will last approximately 2,500 years and which, if all its advantages are correctly used, will lead to a conscious and intellectually meaningful unification of the human race and thereby to the emergence of what I prefer to call scientifically a proven brotherhood, in contrast to the sentimental connotation that is now given to this concept. 405. At that time, it became clear to them that two steps were necessary before the future opportunities of the Aquarian age could be effectively used. First of all, the consciousness of humanity must rise to the mental plane. It must expand so much as to include not only the world of emotion and feeling, but also the world of the intellect. The minds of people must become wide and active, and the entire level of human intelligence must rise. Second, something had to be done to break down the barriers of isolation, and prejudice that alienated people from each other and which, they foresaw, would alienate them more and more. Cycle after cycle, people became more and more self-centered. The result of this is complacency, self-sufficiency and racial pride. The determination of the members of the hierarchy to quickly prepare the minds of people and work towards a more synthetic unity has led them to intend to form groups, which has led to the emergence of groups of workers and thinkers, whose activities have a strong influence on our world for the past 3 or 4 centuries. So, this meeting marked the beginning of a specific group work in clearly outlined directions, and each group expresses the truth from a certain point of view and reveals a certain aspect of knowledge of reality. 406. These groups are subdivided into 4 main areas: cultural, political, religious and scientific. Not so long ago, 3 more types of groups have appeared: philosophical, psychological, and financial. Of course, philosophers have always been with us, but they were mostly loners or founders of schools that were characterized by their commitment to the teacher and isolation. Today, there are practically no outstanding figures as in the past, but there are groups representing certain ideas. It is imperative that the work of all 7 groups of thinkers be recognized as part of a hierarchical program aimed at creating a certain situation and providing certain preparatory conditions, and also recognized as playing a specific role in the work of world evolution in relation to humanity. Under the influence of various rays, in accordance with their cycles of activity, small groups of people appeared, played their role in the general group and disappeared, often having no idea about their participation in the synthesis and about their colleagues in similar groups. As you can see, having made a historical overview in any field of activity, the work done by them for the race, their contribution to the progress of the human race is obvious. I do not have time to list all these groups, their specific contributions, a description of the work they have done, or the subjective impulses that prompted them to work. I can only indicate the direction of their aspirations and advise some enlightened researcher of history to trace and describe the golden thread of their spiritual work to raise the mental level of the race, when they introduced a person into the world in which he lives, opening his eyes not only to the nature of matter and forms, but also to the hidden depths of his own existence. 407. Amazing interconnection and wide communication that is carried out through radio, press, modern means of transport, telephone, and telegraph. Widespread philanthropic activities and an increased sense of responsibility for his brother, which was completely alien to people in 1500. Exoteric expressions of this in every country are movements such as the Red Cross, educational organizations, hospitals, and modern economic aid measures. By dividing, consciously or unconsciously, the entire human family into two basic groups. First, those who are trying to preserve the old order of things, who are reactionary and strive for isolation. They are for dividing nationalism, borders, slavery, and slave submission. They are examples of religious sectarianism and dependence on authority. They are against any modern innovation and progress. Secondly, those who see a united world in which love for God means love for one's neighbor and in which the main motive of all religious, political, and educational activities will be world consciousness and prosperity on the entire planet, and not on any part of it. The unification that progressive people strive for does not imply neglect of any part, but implies care for each part and educating it so that it can contribute to the well-being of the whole organism. It includes, for example, the correct management of each national unit and its proper development so that it can properly fulfill its international responsibilities, thereby forming part of the World Brotherhood of Nations. This concept does not imply the formation of a world state, but presupposes the development of a universal social consciousness, which realizes the unity of the whole and thus comes to the conclusion that, as they say, one should be for all, and all for one. Only on this path can an international synthesis be achieved, which will be characterized by political and national disinterestedness. Such a universal state of mind will not inevitably imply the need to spread a world or universal religion. It requires simply the recognition that any formulation of truth and faith in time and space is partial and temporarily consistent with the mores and conditions of life inherent in a given age and race. Those who hold their own particular approach to truth, however, will be able to realize that other approaches, different ways of expression, different terminologies, and other definitions of deity may also be correct and represent aspects of truth that are more majestic and grander than they can. To comprehend and express a man with his present equipment, even the great ones themselves are just beginning to feel reality, and although they, unlike their chalice, know deeply hidden intermediate goals, yet even they do not perceive the final goal. They, too, have to use in their teachings such meaningless terms as absolute reality and ultimate realization. 408. So, over the past 3 centuries, one after another, groups have emerged and played their part, and today we are reaping the fruits of their accomplishments. In the cultural group, for example, we see poets of the Elizabethan age, musicians of Germany and the Victorian age. Also known are the groups of artists, the founders of the famous schools that make up the glory of Europe. 2 famous groups, one cultural, the other political, also played their part, one led to the Renaissance, the other to the French Revolution. The results of their work are still felt, as the modern humanist movement, with its emphasis on the past, which is being realized in the present, and its search for the roots of human heritage in previous trends, emerged from the Renaissance. Revolutions and the determination to fight for the divine rights of man find their primary impetus in the French Revolution. Rebellions, the formation of political parties, the class struggle raging today, and the splitting of each country into warring political factions were previously sporadic, but have become widespread over the past 200 years. They are all the results of the group activity caused by the masters. Thanks to her, people grew up, learned to think, and even if they think incorrectly and conduct destructive experiments, the triumph of good is inevitable and inevitable. Temporary deprivation, depression, war, and bloodshed, poverty and immorality can plunge non-thinking people into the depths of pessimism. However, Those who know and who feel the inner guiding hand of the hierarchy know that the heart of mankind is healthy and that out of the present chaos, and possibly as a result of it, there will appear those who will be able to master the situation and will be appropriate for the task of unification and synthesis. This period is occultly called the age of restoration of that which was split in the fall. The time has come when the severed parts can be reunited and the whole can be restored to its original perfection. 409. There are also many religious groups, so many that it is impossible to list them all. There are groups of Catholic mystics that make up the glory of the West. There are also Protestants, Lutherans, Calvinists, and Methodists. There are the Pilgrim Fathers, such gloomy and serious people, Huguenot and Moravian martyrs, and thousands of modern sects in each of these groups. All of them served a good purpose, prompted a person to rebellion and brought him out of a state of silent obedience to authority. By the power of their unique example, they have brought man to the stage where he prefers to think for himself. They defended freedom and the personal right of everyone to know. 410. These religious groups were mainly influenced by the sixth and second rays. The cultural group arose under the influence of the fourth ray, while the first ray awakened the political activism that led to such great changes in the life of nations. Under the impulses of the fifth and third rays, groups of scientific researchers have formed, working with the forces and energies that make up divine life, studying the outer garment of God, leading a search in the direction from the outer to the inner, demonstrating to man his essential unity with all creation and his inner life connection with all forms of life. The individuals in each group are legion, but their names are not so important. What matters is the group itself and its interconnected work. It is interesting to note that in the scientific group, the basic unity is especially noticeable, because its members are more free than others from sectarianism and selfish competition. The same cannot be said for religious and political groups. Compared to many nations and myriads of people on earth, there are very few such fundamental groups of these areas. Their composition, their contribution to the development of human capabilities and their place in the plan can very easily be traced. What needs to be emphasized is that they are all motivated by the inner, subjective side of life. They come forward under divine impulse and with concrete work. They are all initially composed of disciples and initiates of the lower degrees. All of them are subjectively, step by step, guided by their own souls, which, in turn, consciously cooperate with the hierarchy of knowers. This is the case even when the individual is completely unaware of his place in the group and of the divine mission of that group. Remember also that there was not a single failure, although every now and then the individual did not notice the success. The hallmark of these workers is what they build for future generations. It is a bitter truth that those who follow them often fall short of expectations, and those who respond to their work belittle the ideal, but the original group systematically fulfills its plans, achieving its goal. This, of course, gets rid of pessimism and demonstrates the exceptional power of subjective activity. 411. Let's take a closer look at the three relatively recent groups that I have already mentioned. Their work differs in a curious way from that of the other groups, and in their ranks are representatives of all ray groups, although the members of the third group, the group of financiers, are predominantly on the seventh ray, the ray of the ceremonial organization. These three groups appeared in this order: first philosophers, then psychologists, and businessmen. A group of relatively recent philosophers is already exerting a powerful influence on thinking, while the ancient schools of Asian philosophers are just beginning to influence the Western way of thinking. Through analysis, correlation, and synthesis, a person develops the ability to think, and the abstract mind can unite with the concrete. Therefore, through their work, this so interesting human sensitivity, consisting of three outstanding characteristics, instinct, intellect, and intuition, is brought into a state of intellectual coordination. Instinct connects man with the animal kingdom, intellect unites him with his fellows, and intuition reveals to him the life of God. All three are the subject of philosophical research, since the theme of the research of philosophers is the nature of reality and the means of knowledge. Two recently emerging groups are psychologists who work according to the Delphic prescription: man, know thyself, and financiers, the custodians of the means by which man lives on the physical plane. These two groups, due to their specificity and, despite the differences in them, are more synthetic in their fundamental aspects than all the others. One group is studying the human race, different types of people, the mechanism used by a person, the motives and characteristics of a person, and the purpose, obvious or hidden, of his existence. Another group controls and disposes of the means by which a person exists. It controls everything that can be turned into energy, and exercises dictatorship in all social relations, trade, and exchange operations. It has in its power all the multitude of formal objects that modern man considers essential to his way of life. Money, as I said earlier, is just crystallized energy, or vitality, what the student of the East calls pranic energy. This is the concretization of the etheric force. Thus, it is an externalized life energy, and this form of energy is under the control of the financial group. The financial group was the last of all groups to emerge, and its work, grasp this, is most directly planned by the hierarchy, since it has the most far-reaching consequences on earth. What the student of the East calls pranic energy. This is the concretization of the etheric force. Thus, it is an externalized life energy, and this form of energy is under the control of the financial group. The financial group was the last of all groups to emerge, and its work, grasp this, is most directly planned by the hierarchy, since it has the most far-reaching consequences on earth. What the student of the East calls pranic energy. This is the concretization of the etheric force. Thus, it is an externalized life energy, and this form of energy is under the control of the financial group. The financial group was the last of all groups to emerge, and its work, grasp this, is most directly planned by the hierarchy, since it has the most far-reaching consequences on earth. 412. Now that the centuries have passed since the meeting in the 16th century, these outer groups have fulfilled their purpose and performed the most distinguished service. The results of their work have reached a stage where they have an international impact, and their influence is no longer limited to one nation or race. The hierarchy is now faced with a different situation that requires a lot of attention. She must gather together and bind the various threads of influencing energy and the different streams of thought forces that have appeared thanks to the work of groups since 1500. It will also have to neutralize some of the trends towards further differentiation. The latter inevitably takes place when a force comes into contact with the material world. The initial impulses carry the potency of both good and evil. As long as form takes a secondary and relatively insignificant place, we call it good. In this case, the position is controlled by the idea, not its expression. Over time, when the energy of thought acts on matter and lesser minds take possession of this particular type of energy or are energized by it, evil begins to make its presence felt. Ultimately, it manifests itself as selfishness, detachment, pride, and other traits that have done so much harm to the world. 413. About 17 years ago, the masters met and came to an important decision. Just as at a meeting held around 1500, it was decided to gather from the masses of people groups of workers of various directions and set before them the task of inspiring humanity and expanding human consciousness. So at the last meeting it was considered necessary to collect one group from many groups, consisting of which would be, as in the hierarchy itself, people of all races, all types, and kinds of activity. This group is entrusted with a specific mission, and some facts regarding this can be listed as follows. First of all, it is an attempt to externalize the hierarchy on the physical plane, or a small working copy of this essential subjective formation. All its members live in physical bodies, but they must work exclusively subjectively, using the internal sensitive apparatus and intuition. This group should be formed from men and women of all nations and ages, and each of them should be spiritually oriented. They must all be conscientious servants, mentally polarized, empathetic and inclusive. One of the essential conditions for the composition of the group is that these people must be ready to work on subjective levels and without any recognition. They have to work behind the scenes, like the great ones. Therefore, the members of this group should not have a shadow of ambition or any pride in their race and achievements. They must be sensitive to their fellows, to their thoughts and their surroundings. 414. This group will not seek to have a single exoteric organization, no headquarters, advertising, or group name. This is a collective of conscientious workers and ministers of the word, striving to fulfill the will of their soul and the plans of their group. Therefore, all true ministers on the entire planet belong to this group, regardless of whether their ministry is in the cultural, political, scientific, religious, philosophical, psychological, or financial field. They form part of the inner group of those who work for humanity and the world's mystics, whether they know it or not. They recognize their group members through casual encounters associated with working in the world. This group uses the word spiritual in a broader sense, denoting the desire to improve humanity, inspiring people, and expanding their consciousness. They also denote tolerance, international synthetic communication, acceptance of all religions. They denote all directions of thinking that contribute to the esoteric development of a human being. Therefore, this is a group that does not have its own special terminology in the Bible. It has no creed and no dogmatic formulations of truth. The motivating impulse of each and every member of the group is love for God, which manifests itself in love for one's fellow. They know the true meaning of brotherhood without any racial distinction. Their lives are lives of voluntary service, absolutely selfless and sacrificial. The composition of the group is known only to the elder brothers of the race. There is no list of names, but there are only 3 basic requirements. 415. A certain measure of unity between the soul and its mechanism is essential, and the inner trinity must be aligned and activated, soul, mind, brain, while the connection between them for the majority is in a latent state. The brain must be telepathically sensitive in 2 directions. He must at will perceive the world of souls and the world of people. It is also necessary to have the ability for abstract, or synthetic, thinking. This allows a person to cross racial and religious barriers. In such a case, he also has complete confidence in the continuity of life and life after death. To summarize what has been said, it must be noted that groups in the past have represented certain aspects of truth and have displayed certain ray characteristics. The new group will express all aspects of truth and will include all ray types. Most of the workers of numerous groups carried out certain details of the plan, adding their share of energy to the general aspiration of mankind. However, basically, they did this without having a true understanding of their actions. Without a real understanding of the connection between body and soul, which allows for truly intellectual work. The exception is a few eminent mystics such as Meister Eckhart. These groups mainly consisted of individuals with that touch of genius, which indicates a certain contact with the soul. The group currently in the process of forming consists of those who are aware of the fact of the existence of the soul and have established a real and lasting connection with it. They look at the mind, emotions, and the bodily nature as mere equipment with which a person makes contact. And their work, as they imagine it, is done through this equipment and under the guidance of the soul. Therefore, they are embodied souls working through personalities, and not personalities, impelled by random impulses of the soul. The members of the former numerous groups were all in some sense one-sided development, and their talents spanned certain specific directions. They demonstrated the ability to either write like Shakespeare, or paint like Da Vinci, or create musical masterpieces like Beethoven, or change the world like Napoleon. The new type of group worker is a fully developed individual, able to do almost everything to which he puts his hand, but whose main desire is to work more on the mental levels than on the physical plane. Therefore, it is suitable for the work of the hierarchy, as it can be used in many ways, since its flexibility, experience, and stability of contact can be subordinated to group needs. 416. Of course, a true representative of this new type of group will appear no earlier than in many decades. He will be a real Aquarius with universal perception, high sensitivity, highly organized mental apparatus, astral equipment, responsive, first of all, to higher spiritual vibrations, a powerful controlled energy body, as well as a healthy physical body. although not very powerful in the usual sense of the word. What is the current situation with the growth of an integrating group of mystics? I will dwell on this in more detail. In every European country, in the United States of America, in Asia, and South Africa, there are disciples not usually known to the general public who think the truth. I would like to draw your attention to this phrase. The most significant workers in this new group, who are closest to the great ones, are those whose everyday thinking is oriented towards the new ideal. It is true that their thinking can manifest itself mainly in some kind of exoteric activity. However, they are, first of all and always, those who live and work from a high secret place. They act quietly and calmly, without emphasizing their personalities, their own views and ideas, or their methods of doing work. They are fully aware of their own limitations, but this does not bother them, and they continue to mentally bring to an objective manifestation that aspect of vision, which is their mission to revive and give shape to. They are necessarily cultured and very well-read people, because in our difficult times of transition, they need to be aware of the world conditions and have a general idea of what is happening in different countries. They really do not have a nationality in the sense that they consider their country and their political predilections of paramount importance. They are equipped to slowly and surely shape the kind of public opinion that will ultimately free a person from the dogmas of religious sectarianism, a sense of national exclusivity and racial prejudice. 417. One by one, here and there, they come together and gather around them those who are free from the limitations of outdated political, religious, and cultural theories. They, as members of a single group, gather such aspiring souls into groups to work in specific directions in order to bring about a new era of peace and goodwill. People who perceive the influence of members of a single group are still several thousand out of millions, and out of 400 accepted students currently working in the world. So far only 156 have such a mental equipment that they are able to join this slowly forming group. It is they who constitute the core of what will become the dominant force in the future. Over the next 25 years, the influence of the single group will become powerful enough to attract the attention of politicians, provided that a powerful subjective body of thinking souls, they know how to pronounce the necessary words, formulate concepts that will speed up the work of integration, and establish contact between units in this group. Do everything in your power to implement this plan, make it the essence and the keynote of the work that you all do, wherever you are. 418. So what should be the work of the near future? I will try to formulate a program. The first thing to do is to strengthen bonds and build strong relationships between you and everyone you consider to be potential learners working in the new group. To do this, see the work of group leaders around the world, such as Switzerland, the United States, Holland, Germany, and the United Kingdom. Based on their vision of New Age work, you can make a temporary decision. Watch them work. Notice the emphasis they place on personalities. If it seems that personal ambition determines their actions, if they decide to work in a group of mystics because of its novelty or because it gives them a certain position, intrigues their imagination or gives them a reason to gather people around them, then without expanding contacts and maintaining silence, leave time and the law to straighten their approach. Second, be receptive and responsive to those who are looking for you and seem to be vibrating on the same note. When I say you, I mean the group to which you all subjectively belong. They will be found if you work decisively and sound the note of unity so clearly that they will have no doubt about your motives and the fact that your activity is truly selfless. Some of the 156 that make up the current core will become known to you and will work in unison with you, although perhaps not in your specific field of work. The picture that is desirable to have before your eyes is an expanding global network of groups operating in many possible directions, but the heart, or foundation, of each group is from one to several members of the gradually emerging new group of world servers who work without seeking fame, and constantly influence others through soul contact. These focuses, through which the hierarchy is now trying to work, are telepathically united. Exoterically, however, they must work in perfect mutual understanding, always maintaining a non-interference position and giving each minister the right to teach his own group as he sees fit. what terms he uses and what methods he uses, what people he inspires and selects for ministry. 419. The members of this group of New Age workers will, however, share some characteristics in common. They will not impose dogmas and emphasize any doctrine or authority. They will not be interested in the growth of their personal authority and will not rely on any traditional authorities, neither religious, nor scientific, nor cultural, or on any other imposed forms of truth. Different ways will be recognized that advance the perception of reality, and each will be free to choose his own. No discipline will be imposed by these workers on those who seek to cooperate with them. They will consider that it is of little value to any person or leader's idea of how units in their particular field of activity should live and work, meditate and eat. This is a basic rule, and due to its failure to fulfill it, many worthy aspirants will have to be removed from this group of world servers, which is now in the process of being formed. A tendency to impose one's own point of view indicates a lack of understanding and will lead to the exclusion of many. It is also necessary to seek out young promising aspirants and carefully instill in them new ideals. They need to be trained to look for the divine and the good in everything, both in people and in circumstances. There must be such a breadth of vision, such a broad outlook that will enable aspirants to survive the present transition, so that when they reach middle age they will become the pillars of the power of the new world. Do not squeeze them into the framework of ancient disciplines. Teach them not to focus on diet, celibacy, favorable periods, and seasons, so that they are not distracted from the new, sacred art of being and the miracle of being a soul. 420. Do not forget that when a person lives as a soul and, therefore, his entire personality is subordinated to the soul, then an unselfish goal, purity of life, compliance with the law appear normally and automatically, and so he is a real example of spiritual life. Food, for example, is often determined by climate and taste, and food is desirable that maintains the physical body in such a state that it can effectively serve the race. In addition, the divine Son of God, being married, is certainly able to function as freely and efficiently as in celibacy. He will not, however, prostitute his bodily powers for the sake of carnal pleasures. He will not violate established customs or lower the standard that the world considers to be the highest and best. Too often the point has been overlooked and the focus has been on physical action, and not on the life of the aspirant. If the attention is focused on the soul, the life of the physical plane is easily regulated. The realization will come that criticism or self-righteousness is more harmful to a person's progress towards spiritual existence than meat food. 2 rules of vital activity should be taught to the young aspirant. He should be taught to focus on constructive action and refrain from overthrowing the old way of life. It must be aimed at building for the future and at new thinking. He must be warned against wasting time fighting against what is undesirable, instead of which he must use all his energies to create a new temple of the Lord through which glory can manifest. Thus, public attention will gradually focus on the new and beautiful, and the old, established forms will decline due to lack of attention and disappear. 421. He should also explain that fanatical commitment is by no means a sign of spiritual development. Therefore, he will not manifest it, using the words, "I am against this" or "I am for that." Such concepts automatically generate hatred, attacks, and the desire to resist change. They put the person using them in a confrontational position. Every class of human beings is a group of brothers. Catholics, Jews, pagans, representatives of the West and the East, they are all sons of God. As for the future of the world group we are discussing, a lot depends on 2 points. First, individual students working in every country in the world need to learn about each other and then enter into a telepathic relationship. This may sound like a wonderful but pipe dream. I assure you that this is not the case. The work of establishing such a connection may indeed progress slowly, but this connection is an inevitable consequence of the increasing sensitivity of all souls working in the world. The first sign of the establishment of this connection is manifested as the ability to instinctively recognize those who are part of this group when meeting or contacting each other in the world. It can feel like a flash of light, an instant electrical interaction, a sudden realization of how close views and goals are, a rare opportunity to provide help, or a desire to collaborate with each other in a work everyone is aware of. Students working everywhere, when they meet, immediately understand that they are doing the same thing, and consult with each other about the possibility of cooperation and additional efforts. In about 30 years, the relationship between the units in such a group, no matter how they are scattered around the world, will be so close that they will meet each other daily at a fixed time in a secret place. This will be possible only when the trinity of soul, mind, brain of the individual is aligned and all its aspects are simultaneously involved in contact with group members. At present, all the souls of a group of mystics are working in unison. Many have succeeded in establishing a close relationship between soul and mind. 422. Therefore, the main task is to improve the mechanism of the brain so that it can correctly register and transmit the influences and recognition of the soul and group goals. That means awakening to the conscious activity of the center between the eyebrows, which the Eastern student calls the ajna center. Subsequently subordinating the activity of this center of activity to the head center, so that both vibrate in unison. This has three consequences. A. Direct conscious alignment between soul, mind, and brain. B. The emergence of a magnetic field covering both head centers and thus directly affecting the pineal gland and pituitary gland. C. Awareness of this field of joint activity of two centers in two ways, as a light in the head, an inner radiant sun, or as a dynamic energy center through which an aspect of the will, or goal, of the soul can make its presence felt. The development of an ability that will allow a person to A. Use your mind in the chosen direction, or turning it outward, to the world of phenomena, or inward, to the world of spiritual being. B. Consciously, at will, cause the appropriate responsiveness of the physical brain, so that it can accurately register any information coming from both the physical and the emotional, or astral, worlds. C. Intellectually distinguish between all these spheres of activity of the senses. 423. This, in the end, will manifest itself in a new psychological approach that will arise from the old and will combine the positions of the mechanistic, introspective, and purely oriental schools, plus the findings of two new schools that will appear soon, but which are still too few to receive title. They are still in their infancy. One school will study the energetic aspects of the individual and his responsiveness to the energy of the universe in which he is immersed. The other will regard man as an electrical unit. Both of them will be rather one-sided, but someday the contributions of different schools will combine into one synthetic performance. The second requirement that working students of this new group must fulfill in order to establish a connection with each other is to develop the ability to constantly and consistently retain in memory the events of both internal and external life. We call this the continuity of consciousness, and we mean by this the ability to be fully aware of all events in all spheres and areas of human existence throughout the day and night. So far, almost everyone is very far from this. There is no awareness of real existence during sleep. While life in a dream is the same illusion as any of the lower mental experiences. The slowly increasing interest in dreams from a psychological point of view and finding out their probable source are the first weak attempts at research on a truly scientific basis. There is still no conscious registration of mental activity, for example, when the illusions of the emotional body are in the foreground. What does the mind do during a long period of emotional turmoil? He, as you know, has his own life and his own laws. What is the expression of the activity of the soul when a person is busy exclusively with his own affairs? Is it impossible to imagine a time when the development of consciousness reaches such a stage that the reactions of all vehicles of human nature will be perceived and all of them will be registered by the brain? People are already simultaneously aware of both physical plane activity and emotional response. For most, this is a common, normal state. And if two activities can be registered simultaneously, why can't 3 or even 4 be registered? This is the future that awaits the race. 424. So telepathic communication and enhanced receptivity must be developed, and they are closely related to each other. I have indicated what development will be in the near future for an individual student. And what does the band have to do in the near future? First of all, the preliminary period of appearance in the public consciousness, that is, the period when the group will make its presence tangible. This will be accomplished through a continuous spread of new ideals and a relentless emphasis on the essential unity of all humanity, which will be facilitated by the unifying overarching sound that will be emitted by the members of the group here and there. There should be no rushed work or any hasty action at this stage. The growth of the group and its ideas must be slow and steady. The group already exists. It does not need formalization and organization, so none of you need to take on any responsibility in this direction or try to induce students who have chosen subjective work to seek public recognition. Such methods are frowned upon by the elder brothers of the race. 425. Find out for yourself whether you approve of a new position, a new attitude to work in a subjective method, or you still prefer to work in the old exoteric ambitious manner, building and nourishing the organization, forming a whole mechanism for performing work with the old methods. Remember that such groups are still very much needed and useful. Now is not yet a new age, and these little ones should not be left without support, when new forces begin to act, and be deprived of the nursery, in which they still need to stay. If the new way of working appeals to you, make sure that the personality obeys, that the meditative life takes on paramount importance, that sensitivity to the subjective realm is cultivated, and that any necessary external activity is carried out from the inside to the outside. Avoid falling into a state of purely mystical introspection, and also to the other extreme, into a state of excessive organizational activity, remembering that a life of true occult meditation must inevitably cause external events, but that these objective results are caused by internal growth, and not external activity. Ancient scripture expresses this truth in the following words. When the sun rises in the abode of a ministering person, the path of life takes the place of the path of work. Then the tree of life grows until its branches spread out, giving shelter to all the sons of men. The construction of the temple and the donation of stones cease. Growing trees are visible, buildings disappear. Let the sun enter its intended place, and in this day and in this generation, take care of the roots of growth. 426. All over the earth, small groups are springing up whose members respond to the new note and whose growth and joining the world group are watched by one or more working disciples. However, these students do not form groups. Groups emerge as one person and then another awaken to a new vision or come into embodiment to take their place in the work and ensure the onset of a new era. A sense of isolation is alien to such groups. They are also alien to personal or group ambitions. They recognize their unity with all that exists and appear before the world as examples of pure life, constructive construction, creative activity, characterized by a common goal. Beauty and wide inclusiveness. Perhaps, in the early stages of integration, they can best be described with the words friendliness and coherence. They are not adhered to dogma or doctrine, and they do not require shibboleth to be pronounced. Their outstanding characteristic will be individual and group freedom from the spirit of criticism. This lack of criticism will not be due to a lack of ability to see error or inconsistency with an idea. Falsity, impurity, and weakness will be recognized for what they are, but when they are noticed, they will awaken only a loving desire to help. Gradually, the groups will begin to learn about each other and meet each other at a specific time in a designated place. They will come to joint conferences without wanting to impress each other, without thinking about their numerical superiority. They will not seek to increase their ranks. Why would they do this if they all recognize themselves as members of a single world group? They will not have the urge to impose any doctrinal teaching, and they will not try to show their erudition. They will meet solely to discuss ways to help the world, to create a platform that is so universal and composed of such basic truths that it will be understandable to everyone with all the variety of methods and terminologies. 427. It will gradually become clear what the particular role and note of each group is, and when in any part of the world there is a need for any particular approach, particular note or method of interpretation. There will be an immediate joint impulse to facilitate the work that the group concerned would spend in this place. These groups, with behind them a single subjective group of consciously living souls, will be too busy with world service and the needs of people to waste time on trifles. When they meet, they will not have time to pay attention to group names, insignia, regalia, and discrepancies in technical terminology. The needs of the world, the prospects for its development, the rapid development of the consciousness of the human race and the initiation of humanity into spiritual realities will occupy their attention so much that they will not show interest in activities of a purely physical nature, as well as focus on their own personal growth. They will be well aware that responding to the world's need with service and living in a state of focused meditation will ensure their growth. Their gaze is not directed at themselves, not at that. Later, as a result of their telepathic relationship and their joint conferences, some esoteric groups and schools of cultivation may appear in order to quickly prepare them for world service. In such schools, methods of meditation and intensification of vibrations, the laws of the universe and the correct use of color and sound will be taught. However, all this will be subordinated to the idea of service and spiritual growth of humanity. There will also gradually appear the schools mentioned in the letters of occult meditation. 428. However, what is the point of predicting the future in more detail and painting an intriguing picture, if at the present time the integration of a group of world mystics and its close rallying is not yet a fait accompli? World unity, brotherhood in its true sense, the growth of telepathic interaction, the eradication of the inessential, that which divides the thoughts of people and brings division to the physical plane, emphasis on the fundamental truths of the ageless wisdom, demonstrating their true understanding. Realizing unity with the soul and recognizing those who belongs to the group of world saviors, this is the work that lies ahead, which should occupy your attention. This and this alone is worth devoting everything that each of you can give, love and life, time and money. This and only this justifies your existence and calls on all who share these views to that absolute self-sacrifice, which is so rare and turns out to be so far-reaching in its results. To put all that you have at the feet of the Lord of life so that the work of world salvation can advance, to exclude from your life everything that can interfere, relentlessly give everything you have. Basing your life on sacrifice and all the time asking yourself, what can I give up in order to help better? This, and more than that, lies before all of you who hear the call and respond to need and opportunity. I want to inform you that such a group is already in the process of formation, and in due time it will develop its own yoga, a school of preparation, which will gradually replace the schools of Raja Yoga and Bhakti Yoga. The preparation method will only be given to those who have developed their minds and learned to control their emotions. This is the key to what is happening now. This method of preparation will be the shortest, but not an easy way to the goal. Only an intellectually developed person can walk on it. Only coordinated individuals will be considered suitable for teaching. The keynote of the new yoga will be synthesis. Its goal is the conscious development of intuition. This development will consist of the acquisition of two abilities. First, the development of intuition and true spiritual perception, and, second, the qualified use of the mind as an interpreting agent. 429. Something from the future teaching has leaked into the book of Agni Yoga, but only from the point of view of the will aspect. Not a single book has yet appeared in which the yoga of synthesis was given in any form. We had Bhakti Yoga, or union based on devotion. Now the emphasis is on Raja Yoga, which is mind-based union. The expression union through synthesis sounds like a tautology, but it is not. It is union through identification with the whole, not union through awareness or vision. Remember this difference well, since it is the secret of the next stage of development for the personalities of the race. Bhagavad-Gita basically gives the key to the yoga of devotion. Patanjali teaches yoga of the mind. In the gospel story we see a description of awareness, but the key, or secret, of identification is still hidden. It is kept by several representatives of the integrating group of mystics, and the knowledges will be melted in the crucible of their individual experience and thus will be given to the world. But the time has not yet come for that. The strength of the group, knowledge, and intuition must increase. 430. You ask, what prevents a person from becoming a member of such a group? I want to emphasize that there are only 4 points that prevent this. First, uncoordinated personality. This is necessarily accompanied by an untrained mind and weak intellect. Second, a sense of separateness, a sense of their exclusivity or difference from their brother. Third, having a creed. No matter how good a formula of faith is, it inevitably evokes a sense of oneness. It does not allow some people to join the group. Fourth, pride and ambition. Again, you ask, what qualities are needed? The rules are simple, there are only 3 of them. First, learn to practice harmlessness. Secondly, do not desire anything for your separate self. And thirdly, look for the sign of divinity in everything. 3 simple rules, but very difficult to follow. Behind this group of mystics, which includes thinkers in any area of human thought, I want to repeat the word of thinkers, and human knowledge is the hierarchy of teachers, and between the group and the hierarchy there is a collective of instructors, to which I also belong. The mentors serve as mediators and transmitters of energy. Let me repeat and draw your attention to the fact that this slowly emerging group is made up of all kinds of groups of thinking, intellectually advanced people. So far, and this may surprise some, there are not many occultists, so-called, among them. This is explained by the fact that occultists are in general quantitatively small in comparison with the human mass, as well as their tendency towards sectarianism, exclusivity, and self-righteousness. The group includes selfless humanitarian workers, political leaders, economists, and scientists in laboratories of the world, church leaders and adherents of all world religions, as well as practical mystics and several occultists. True occultists are rare. 431. The group is and will remain extremely subjective. Its members communicate telepathically or recognize each other by the quality of the work they do in the outside world, and the breadth of the range of the note being emitted. The group is inspired from above by the souls of its members and the greats and is prompted to activity by the need of humanity itself. It consists of embodied conscious souls working through coordinated personalities. Its symbol is a golden triangle, enclosing an equal-ended cross with a diamond at the apex of the triangle. This symbol has never been reproduced in form. It shines over the heads of those who are part of the group, and no one, even a clairvoyant, can see it, except for the members of the group, and then only if, in order to achieve the goals of the work, it is necessary to help one of the group members to recognize the other. Group motto: Glory to the One. I have no right to tell you any more, but the foregoing will give an idea of the reality of the work being done. This can be a stimulus for new effort on the part of all who are trying to equip themselves for selfless service. We now have a very brief look at the 2 main types of energy, which in turn are made up of coordinated energies. It is so premature to consider this subject that it makes no sense for an aspirant to waste time studying it. It would take volumes to write down everything that can be said about this. This book can only give a few broad generalizations and note some interesting facts. The main reason why it is undesirable to study these energies too deeply is that the planetary spirit, or logos, and the planetary essence asterisk, these are 2 forms in active manifestation, which react in the strongest way to the influence of these energies. A person also responds to them, only subconsciously, since, by its formal nature, he is an integral part of planetary expression. 432. The planetary spirit is a being who in previous ages passed through the state of consciousness that we call human and left it far behind. The source of his origin, using the personal pronoun for terminological clarity only, is outside the solar system. His life is focused on the planet. His consciousness is in the spheres that are inaccessible to the perception of the highest adept of our planetary hierarchy. A planetary essence is a collection of forms that form a form through which the planetary spirit manifests itself, and, therefore, is a synthesis of planetary physical, astral, and mental elementals. With regard to our subject, we can say that this essence is the aggregate of all physical, etheric, astral, and mental forms that, when combined, form our planet. Each is an embodiment of energies, and these two main streams that produce the form and aspects of consciousness of our planetary existence have an impact on the person. The life of the planetary spirit acts through the soul, and the life of the planetary essence is registered through the medium of the personality mechanism. The quality of these energies is mainly astral buddhic, the direction of the vital forces and the general direction of the impulses affecting humanity in this great cycle are the magnetic energy of the intuitive nature of the planetary logos and the mighty force of the astral body, desire body. In other words, the astral elemental, who embodies the desire nature of the planetary logos, is extremely powerful, especially in this cycle, but the strength of the spiritual intuitive nature of the one we live and move and exist in is steadily increasing. On the one hand, we are witnessing horrific manifestations of the wild pleasure hunt, sex, and crime in the name of gratification. This desire to satisfy desires characterizes our present civilization and has now reached its climax. You can even say that it is on the decline, no matter how little you feel it. At the same time, the door of initiation is open. Both of these possibilities, if you can call them that, are present at the same time, but the power of one decreases, and the tendency towards the other increases. This is the way out. 433. The previous paragraph summarized the dominant planetary motivating energies characteristic of evolution and noted the human response to them. Solar energies also have a double effect. First, there is what should be called pranic. Influence is the result of the influence of the solar force emanating from the physical sun. It brings about concrete results in objective forms, which are called physical, or life. Solar energies enter the human body through the spleen and also through the center between the shoulder blades. This center is located between the throat and heart centers on the spine, but closer to the heart than to the throat. Second, there are energies emanating from what is esoterically called the heart of the sun. They flow through one or another of the 7 planets in 7 large streams and pour into the human soul, giving rise to that sensitivity that we call awareness. These 7 types of energy produce 7 types of souls or rays. In this thought is hidden the secret of the unity of souls. During manifestation, due to that there are 7 types of energetic impact on the matter of space, we have 7 types of souls, 7 areas of expression, 7 degrees of consciousness and ray characteristics. These differentiations are well known to be like the 7 colors of a prism illuminated by the sun's rays, or the 7 colors of a rainbow. 434. Astrology and energies. To both of these energies must be added a third group of energies, which are the basis of many of our astrological studies. They emanate from the 12 constellations that make up our solar zodiac. Their influence is enormous, and the combinations of these 3 groups of energies create that endless variety that we find in nature. The assertions of astrologers about the reality of the existence of energies affecting the human body can be considered correct, while claims to the ability to interpret them are mostly unfounded. In fact, even the owner of the most highly developed intellect on the planet knows very little. Do not forget that adepts mainly use intuition. These energies leave their imprint on every form in every kingdom in nature, acting as either a restraining or stimulating force. I don't think it is appropriate to present the essence of true astrology here. It is true that astrology is a science of the future. It is also true that astrology, in its highest aspect and when correctly interpreted, will enable a person, in the end, to gain understanding and function correctly. It is also true that in the astrological revelations of the future the secret of true coordination between soul and form will be found. However, there is no such astrology yet. Too much is overlooked and too little is known to make astrology the exact science that many claim it is. In the future, it will become accurate, but not yet. However, some factors that are to be learned by astrologers, and some conditions that they too often tend to forget, need to be briefly noted. For the sake of clarity, we will simply list a few statements that should be scrutinized by the average researcher in the field. I am not in a position to present here a treatise on the energies with which astrology must deal, however much the need may be felt for it. 435. Astrology deals primarily with three types of energies. A. The energy of the constellation in which the sun is located at the time of birth. B. A rising sign to which a person must respond. C. The moon, which governs his aspect of form, especially physical form. The energy of a particular constellation, or zodiac sign, in which a person is born, has a much deeper meaning than has ever been recognized. It symbolizes or shows his current problem, sets the speed, or pace, of his life and determines the quality of his personality. She governs, so to speak, the rajasic aspect, or the activity aspect, of his life during incarnation. The ascendant, or ascendant sign, shows the direction in which the energy of a person as a whole will flow if he is ready to fulfill the goal of his incarnation. This is, of course, if this energy is handled correctly. This sign keeps the secret of what awaits a person in the future, and having understood its symbolism, a person will be able to find the key to his life problem and an indication of who he can become and what to achieve. This sign shows a person the type of strength that will enable him to succeed. This type of power, if correctly interpreted, can be considered defining the sattvic aspect, or the aspect of harmony, of his life, since the role of this force is to ensure harmony with the will of the soul during a particular incarnation. In the influence of the moon, we have an indication of the past of the born. This impact summarizes the limitations and obstacles with which he has to work, and therefore it can be considered to embody the tamas aspect of matter, or that which holds, which, in uncontrolled manifestation, leads to inertia. The body with which a person is equipped contains the secret of past experience, and any lunar form through which we have to achieve proper expression is itself a product or synthesis of the entire past. Let's see if I can present this astrological information in such a simple form that it can be understood by those who have no idea about this complex science. 436. The month of birth indicates a day of opportunity. The door is open. A particular month, in which the soul must come to the embodiment, it indicates the month in which it emerged from the realization in the previous life cycle. If a person, for example, died in a month ruled by the sign of Leo, he will return to incarnation in the same sign, picking up the thread of experience where he left it, and starting with the same type of energy and specific equipment with which he left the earthly life. Adding intellectual development and the experience of the past incarnation. Thus, the soul recognizes the quality of energy and the nature of the forces that it has to manipulate in embodiment. An ascending sign, personifying a different type of energy, should increase the power of influence during incarnation, since it shows the nature of the power of the soul, which the incarnate Son of God is trying to master through the mediation of a specific personality with certain traits. The influence of the moon is mostly physical. This is how the prison of the soul is shown. This is how the obstacles that a person will face are fixed. This is how the type of body or bodies is determined through which the strength of the sign of the born and the quality of the energy that leads him to the goal are manifested. Through the medium of the lunar lords and what they have given him as a result of past experiences over the centuries, he must express himself on the physical plane. As a result of the precession of the equinoxes, a situation has been created in which the fourth type of force makes its presence felt. In reality, the sun is offset many degrees in the great celestial circle from the place in the zodiac where it, as the astrologers claim, is. Naturally, this is in terms of time. Since the movement of the sun through any constellation takes a period of about 2,200 years, its displacement in the course of the centuries is very insignificant, so insignificant that a difference will hardly be noticed when compiling a planetary horoscope. When compiling the horoscope of the solar system, it will be very significant, but this subject is so much beyond the capabilities of the wisest astrologer of our planet that any discussion about it is groundless. 437. When drawing up a horoscope for a human being born in a particular month, it should be borne in mind, which is rarely done, that now the month and the sign do not coincide at all. For example, in August, the sun is not really in Leo. Therefore, the correct interpretation of the chart is mainly psychometric, based on the constellation thought form, built by astrologers over the centuries. Energy follows thought. For thousands of years, certain types of energies and their imparting qualities of influence on substance and form have been considered as representing specifically this and that. Therefore, they are as they are, but not for a highly developed true aspirant, oriented towards the higher, thus freeing himself from the wheel of existence and beginning to control his stars, becoming beyond their control. Astrology currently deals mainly with a person for whom a horoscope can be drawn up, as well as with events of personal life. When, thanks to meditation and service, plus the discipline of lunar bodies, a person consciously and definitely surrenders to the ray of his soul, he also definitely falls under the influence of one or another of the 7 solar systems, focusing their energies through one or another of the constellations and, further, through that or one of the 7 sacred planets. Eventually there will be 12 sacred planets corresponding to the 12 constellations, but the time for that has not yet come. Our solar system, as you already know, is one of 7. When a person reaches this point of evolution, the months of birth, ordinary astrology, and influences perceived by the aspect of form, more and more lose their meaning. The circle of solar systems affects mainly the soul, and it becomes the focus of spiritual energies. Responsiveness to these types of energies is the problem of the soul on its own plane, and the personality is absolutely unaware of them. 438. Therefore, the signs, which are divided into 4 categories, earth, water, fire, and air, relate mainly to a person whose life focus is below the diaphragm and who uses the lower 4 centers, the center at the base of the spine, the sacral center, the solar plexus and spleen. The inner group of 7 main, or systemic, energies exerts its influence on a person whose life focus is above the diaphragm and who acts through 7 representative centers in the head. 4 of these energies focus through the throat center, heart center, ajna center, and head center. 3 remain hidden in the region of the head centers, the 1,000-petaled lotus, and enter into functional activity only after the 3rd initiation. So it is obvious how difficult it is to express from the point of view of a horoscope, as well as an individual problem, the meeting of energies of both types of constellations in the case of a person who is no longer purely personal, but not yet purely spiritual. The usual horoscope will no longer work. It is not yet possible to compose the necessary horoscope. The only horoscope that, in principle, is almost infallible is the horoscope of an extremely underdeveloped human being who lives exclusively under the diaphragm and is governed by its one animal nature. Astrologers should also remember that there are several undiscovered planets that cause attraction, displacement, and focusing of energy flows on our Earth, which further complicates the problem. One of them is Pluto, and since she has now entered into manifestation, or rather, received recognition, all inexplicable states will be attributed to her. Pluto will for a long time become the scapegoat for the mistakes of astrology. The map does not work and is not correct, since Pluto should be taken into account in it, and we know little about it. And so it will continue. However, Pluto has always revolved around our Sun and exerted its influence. It rules over death and the rejection of outdated ideas and emotions, so it affects mainly the brain, and this is the key to the fact that it was late discovered. The human race is still only on the verge of becoming mental. Pluto's influence is felt primarily in the mental body. The names of the planets are not the result of arbitrary choice, the planets call themselves. 439. In the end, astrologers will come to the need to draw up 3 horoscopes, or 3 charts, one purely physical, interpreting the natural body, another, mainly emotional, interpreting the quality of the personality and its receptivity, or the state of awareness, and the third will be a map of mental impulses and states. It will be found that these 3 maps are characterized by certain geometric lines, energy line diagrams. If 3 cards are superimposed on each other, you get a personality diagram, a pattern of individual life. The result will be amazing symbolic maps and linear forms, from which the geometry of the individual will be developed, as each line will be found to function in connection with another line, and the directions of movement of the vital energies will become obvious. Ultimately, even in this section of knowledge a star will shine. A new branch of psychology will appear, and its correct interpretation for our century will be found in due course. I only outline the direction of future astrology in order to save the present one from mistakes. 440. Astrologers now need to take into account the fact that now is a transitional period from Pisces to Aquarius. This is rarely done, but it is clear that the gigantic upheavals resulting from these transitions affect the individual map and often negate individual destiny or karma. People are dependent on planetary and racial destinies, and therefore their own tiny deeds can be frustrated, and sometimes completely crossed out. It is impossible to draw up a horoscope for the planet, and those who suggest it deceive themselves and others. The horoscope of humanity, the fourth kingdom in nature, will eventually be drawn up, but it will be done by initiates, and at present there are no initiated astrologers working on the physical plane. Here I will give one hint. The sun was in Sagittarius when the first human inclinations awakened. The animal-human stage was over, and when Sagittarius dominated, from our planetary point of view, I choose my words carefully, a great event took place, individualization. However, the brain of the then human being was unable to register what happened. As the ancient commentary states, the sons of God flew forward like arrows from a bow. Forms received an impulse and now, God was born. The little child did not realize the great event. This happened 21 million years ago. Cycles passed, and when the sun was later in Leo, about 18 million years ago, the first moments of coordination between the brain and mind became apparent and the human being became self-conscious. It realized its individuality. The first event took place, although accuracy is impossible in such a changing system as ours, 21,688 345 years ago. This number is useless at the present time, since its accuracy can neither be confirmed nor disproved. Later research will show its usefulness when the nature of time is better understood. Sagittarius rules human evolution, as it symbolizes progress towards a conscious goal. Leo rules the human mind in the human kingdom. 441. I think it will be helpful if I try to give, inevitably inadequate, a translation of the keyword of each character. As applied to humanity, these words fall into two categories. There is a keyword for the form aspect and a keyword for the soul aspect. In the first case, the word is expressed, in the second, it is consciously pronounced by the soul. Much is lost when translated into modern language, but the underlying thought is valuable, guiding the work of the emanating energies. For our world period, the words sound like this. For the aspirant, progressing from Aries to Pisces and reorienting himself, we have the following. Aries, I go forward and run from the plane of the mind. Taurus, I see, and when the eye is open, everything shines. Twins, I recognize my other eye and, with the extinction of this eye, I grow and shine. Cancer, I build a bright house and live in it. A lion, I am that, and that is I. Virgo, I am mother and child, I am God, I am matter. Scales, I choose the path that leads between the two great lines of power. Scorpion, I am a warrior, and I emerge victorious from battle. Sagittarius, I see the goal. I achieve this goal and see the next one. Capricorn, I dissolve in the light of heaven, and yet turn my back on him. Aquarius, I am the water of life pouring out on the thirsty. Fishes, I leave the Father's house and, returning, I save. 442. From the point of view of form, life moves in the opposite direction, and the work of nature is summed up in the following words. Fishes and the word sounded, go into matter. Aquarius and the word sounded, let desire rule the form. Capricorn and the word sounded, let ambition rule and the door will open wide. Sagittarius and the word sounded, let food be sought. Scorpion and the word sounded, may Maya flourish and deception rule. Scales and the word sounded, let the choice be made. Virgo and the word sounded, let matter reign. A lion and the word sounded, let there be other forms, I rule. Cancer and the word sounded, let isolation be the rule, and yet the crowd exists. Twins in the word sounded, let the instability do its work. Taurus in the word sounded, let the struggle be fearless. Aries in the word sounded, let the form be sought again. 443. It can be seen that all these ideas are related to the work of energy in one form or another, and in the latter case, to the work of the so-called unenlightened selfish individual, full of unsatisfied desires. The group of mantric words used by an aspirant who has revealed the power of his own soul is positive. There is no need to go further into the various types of force, and we turn to Rule 11. 445. Rule 11th. The one working under the law must now perform 3 actions. First, figure out the formula that will enclose life in an enclosed space. Then utter words that will tell them what to do and where to deliver what has been created. And finally, say a mystical phrase that will save him from their effects. 447. Analysis of 3 sentences. This rule, as we know, is the last of the rules governing work on the astral plane and the continuation of the magical work of stimulating those thought forms that are intended to become expressions of some type of energy. We examined the various energies with which people work, as well as the power that a person can acquire thanks to the ability to build thought forms. In addition, we have seen how a person can manipulate matter of varying degrees of density, until the embodied idea is clothed in mental and astral matter. Thus, this idea becomes a vital entity, ready to materialize on the physical plane. It should be emphasized, nothing is now able to prevent its manifestation into objectivity, except for the expressed volitional act of its creator, since the form, animated by its creator, always subject to his will until he breaks the connection with her. Uttering a mystical phrase. We will assume that this did not happen and that the manifestation of the idea into actual existence is determined by the decision of the one who created it, and that creative work is moving forward. 448. It should be noted here that such work is conscious and unconscious. With the unconscious alignment of thought forms, as is the case with the average human being, many never succeed in causing the desired effect on the physical plane and achieving their goal. However, as long as a person is motivated by selfishness and hatred, this is a favorable fact. Fortunately for the human race, few are still working with mental matter. Most work with astral matter, or matter of desire, and such forms are fluid and changeable and acquire power only through perseverance. The assertion that if you desire something long enough, you will achieve it, has an occult basis. It is this law that determines the reincarnation of the average human being. Lacking the one-pointedness of the matter of the mental plane, when influenced by a concentrated mind, such forms of desire are unable to do the harm they might otherwise do. Their influence is felt mainly by the creator of these common-monastic forms, and not by the people around him. At the moment when the factor of mind declares itself and begins to dominate, a person becomes dangerous or useful, dangerous not only for himself, but also for others, or useful for carrying out the plan of evolution. He can then create thought forms capable of producing explicit results and tangible effects. In the presence of aspiration and spiritual impulse, a person can become a real occultist and create purposeful results and functioning organisms on the physical plane. I deliberately use the word organism as it conveys the idea that any thought form is considered by us as a subjectively existing entity, clothed in subtle matter and capable of manifestation. This is sometimes referred to as making an idea or making a project, sometimes discovering, inventing, or similar terms. All the time, completely unconscious of it. A person uses occult terms and proves his inner perception of the methods by which everything conceived, by God or by man, is manifested. An embodied idea or thought, the idea is potentially much stronger than thought, has made its way to the threshold of physical manifestation. Her creator, who, in the case of the white magician, is not an emotionally centered person, consciously brings her to the stage where her inner purpose and plan can be demonstrated. He holds the thought form in his consciousness, contouring and energizing it through his own one-pointed mental focus. 449. This rule states that the aspirant must perform 3 actions. Figuring out the formula that crystallizes the shape it has built is much like how architects and bridge builders reduce a desired shape to a mathematical formula. To utter certain words that will impart vitality to the form and thereby bring it to the physical plane. Say a phrase that will separate the thought form from his aura and thus prevent the leakage of his energies. Note that the formula refers to the thought form, the words of power, to the purpose for which the thought form was created, and the mystical phrase concerns the cutting off of the magnetic connection that connects the creator with his creation. So, the formula refers to the form, the words of power, to the soul embodied in the form, the lowest characteristic of which is desire, the reflection of love, and the mystical phrase, to the aspect of life that the creator has endowed his creation. And, therefore, we again find this eternal trinity, spirit, soul, and body. It should be remembered that the rules of magic, as understood by the true esotericist, are as true for the created universe, solar system, or planet as they are for the tiny creatures of the thought of Aquila or aspirant. The first thing the average learner does after reading the above is to immediately start thinking about the nature of the body as expressing a particular type of energy. Thus, duality is emphasized, and that which emphasizes this duality is present in his mind. However, the main thing that students of occultism need in our time is to strive to think in terms of a single reality, which is energy itself and nothing else. Therefore, when considering our complex subject, it is useful to emphasize the fact that spirit and energy are interchangeable synonyms. Only through this realization will we be able to achieve the reconciliation of science and religion, as well as a true understanding of the world of active phenomena that surrounds us and in which we move. 450. The terms organic and inorganic are largely responsible for the confusion and categorical separation in the minds of many between body and spirit, life and form, and have led to the refusal to recognize the essential identity of the nature of both of them. The world in which we live is viewed by the majority as really solid and tangible. However, it has a certain mysterious force hidden inside it, which produces movement, activity, and change. This, of course, is roughly said, but rather accurately reflects an ignorant approach. The orthodox scientist is mainly concerned with structures, relations, the composition of the form and the activity of the components forming the form, their interconnection and dependence. Chemical elements, their functions and roles, their interaction in the composition of all forms of all the kingdoms of nature, this is the subject of his research. The nature of the atom, the nature of the molecule and the cell, their functions, the qualities of their forceful manifestation and various types of activity, the solution of problems regarding the nature and nature of energies, focused or localized, in the forms of the natural or material world, require the attention of the most outstanding minds in the world of thought. All the same questions: what is life? What is energy? Or what is the process of creation and the nature of being? Remain unanswered. Problems related to how and why are considered sterile, speculative, and almost insurmountable. 451. However, pure reason and a properly functioning intuition can solve these problems and answer these questions. Their solution is one of the lawful revelations and achievements of initiation. The only true biologists are initiates in the mysteries, since they have an understanding of life and its purpose and are so identified with the life principle that they think and express themselves in terms of energy and its consequences. And any of their activities in connection with the work of the planetary hierarchy is based on several fundamental formulas relating to life, as it manifests itself through its three differentiations, or aspects: energy, force, matter. It should be noted here that only when a person understands himself is he able to come to an understanding of the totality that we call God. It is a truism and an occult platitude, but if acted upon, it leads to a revelation that makes the present unknown God an accepted reality. Let me illustrate. Man knows himself as a living being and calls death that mysterious process in which something is removed, which he usually characterizes as vital breath. When it is removed, the form disintegrates. The binding vitalizing force is withdrawn, causing the disintegration into essential elements of what has hitherto been regarded as a body. This life principle, this basic essence of being, This mysterious elusive factor corresponds in a person to what we call spirit or life in the macro COSM. Just as the life in a person holds in coherence, animates, vitalizes and activates the form, making it a living entity, so the life of God, as the Christian calls it, plays the same role in the universe and produces that coherent living, life ensemble that we call by the solar system. 452. The life principle in a person manifests itself in three ways. 1. As a guiding will, a goal, a basic impulse. It is that dynamic energy that makes a creature function, brings it into existence, sets the duration of its life, takes it through years, long or short, and is removed at the end of its life cycle. This is the spirit in a person, manifested as the will to live, be, act, achieve the goal, develop. In its lowest aspect, it works through the mental body, or mental nature, and in the dense physical body manifests itself through the brain. 2. As a binding force. This is the characteristic essential quality that makes one person different from another, determines a complex set of moods, desires, qualities, complexes, psychological clamps, feelings and traits that make up the special psychology of each person. It is the result of the interaction between the spirit or energy aspect and the matter or nature of the body. This is a subjective person with his own character, his certain shade, or individual note. It is this force that determines the rate of vibrational activity of the body, produces a special type of form, is responsible for the state and nature of organs and glands, as well as for the appearance. It is a soul that, in its lowest aspect, works through the emotional, or astral, nature, and in the dense physical body, through the heart. 3. As the activity of atoms and cells that form the physical body. It is the totality of those small lives that make up the human organs that make up the whole person. They have their own life and individual consciousness. This aspect of the life principle works through the etheric or life body, and in the dense mechanism of tangible form through the spleen. 453. It is, of course, impossible to communicate the mantric words and phrases mentioned in Rule 11. They are completely incomprehensible to everyone except the initiates, and therefore should not attract your attention. It should be noted that much of these instructions are still difficult to understand, and both these instructions and the Treatise on Cosmic Fire will become clearer only towards the end of this century. Let us break down this rule, sentence by sentence, and explain it in such a way that it is understandable to the average aspirant. All these rules can be read from the point of view of an intellectually developed person, then they will reveal little. They can be read from the point of view of an aspirant, then they convey some practical ideas that can be applied in daily life and worked out in the crucible of life. Experience. They become meaningful as the aspirant learns to handle energies, work in mental matter, and creatively cooperate with the purpose underlying the evolutionary plan. From the point of view of the student, these rules contain certain effective instructions and lead him to comprehend the process of creative work in nature, which, for obvious reasons, is not yet available to the mind of the aspirant. As for the understanding of the initiate, these words convey specific commands that only his enlightened intuition can correctly interpret. We will not talk about intellects of higher degrees. So, we will analyze this rule only from the angle of vision of the average aspirant, leaving the rest of its interpretations to individuals who have the inner equipment for their understanding. I. Find out the formula that will enclose life in an enclosed space. As you know, all forms of nature are composed of a myriad of tiny lives, possessing a certain measure of awareness, rhythm, and coherence in accordance with the law of attraction, and used by the builder of the form. This is true both for the macro COSM and for the infinite world of microcosmic lives that are part of a larger whole. The embryos of solar systems, entering into existence under the impulse of divine thought, are initially fluid and foggy, change shape and are held together unconnected by the central core of energy. This is another way of expressing an embodied idea. Over time, they pass into other states, take on a more concrete form, enter into a kind of relationship with close, neighboring forms and adapt to various internal interactions with these forms, which was impossible at an early stage. Ultimately, we get a solar system, such as ours and myriads of others, a solar system in the form of a sun with planets revolving and revolving around it, each with its own special orbit, a fixed position relative to the others. Each active as an independent and interdependent organism, and yet for the eye of the astronomer it is a coherent whole, a unity, and a structure, unique in each case, yet functioning according to the cosmic law. She participates in the realization of some grandiose goal, endured and steadily held by the universal mind, which, in turn, is an aspect of that conscious in a group sense and self-conscious essence, which is the author of its being and the creator of its form. A solar system in the form of a sun with planets revolving and revolving around it, and each has its own special orbit, a fixed position relative to the others, each is active as an independent and interdependent organism, and yet for the eye of the astronomer it is a coherent whole. A unity and a structure, unique in each case, yet functioning according to the cosmic law. She participates in the realization of some grandiose goal, endured and steadily held by the universal mind, which, in turn, is an aspect of that conscious in a group sense and self-conscious essence, which is the author of its being and the creator of its form. A solar system in the form of a sun with planets revolving and revolving around it, and each has its own special orbit, a fixed position relative to the others, each is active as an independent and interdependent organism, and yet for the eye of the astronomer it is a coherent whole. A unity and a structure, unique in each case, yet functioning according to the cosmic law. She participates in the realization of some grandiose goal, endured and steadily held by the universal mind, which, in turn, is an aspect of that conscious in a group sense and self-conscious essence, which is the author of its being and the creator of its form. And yet for the eye of the astronomer it is a coherent whole, a unity, and a structure, unique in each case, yet functioning according to the cosmic law. She participates in the realization of some grandiose goal, endured and steadily held by the universal mind, which, in turn, is an aspect of that conscious in a group sense and self-conscious essence, which is the author of its being and the creator of its form. And yet for the eye of the astronomer it is a coherent whole, a unity, and a structure, unique in each case, yet functioning according to the cosmic law. She participates in the realization of some grandiose goal, endured and steadily held by the universal mind, which, in turn, is an aspect of that conscious in a group sense and self-conscious essence, which is the author of its being and the creator of its form. 454. This one intellectual life can be seen as creating during its meditation and therefore in its reflecting mind what we call a thought form. Thought form is characterized by four main features. 1. It manifests itself into existence through the conscious application of the law of attraction. 2. It is formed from an infinite number of living entities that are attracted by the mind of the divine creator and thus come into contact with each other. 455. 3. Form is an externalization, or embodiment, of the fact that its creator A. Visualized. B. Using the intellect, he built and colored, or gave quality, to achieve its intended goal. C. Revived with the power of his desire and the power of his living thought. D. Kept in a certain form for as long as it takes to complete her specific work. E. Tied with himself with a magnetic thread, the thread of his living intention and the power of his dominant will. 4. It is an inner plan clothed in mental, astral, and life substances, and it is powerful on the physical plane insofar as A. It is consciously supported by the thought of its creator. B. He is occultly kept at a distance from the creator. Many thought forms remain sterile because they are too close to their creator. C. It can be directed in any desired direction and, according to the law of least resistance, find its own place, thus fulfilling its intended function and fulfilling the purpose for which it was created. Therefore, the formula must be regarded as an idea emanating from the divine thinker. It can be defined as a dynamic goal, a thing that the thinker sees and materializes in his mind, and then visualizes as the bearer of his intention. The mathematics underlying the construction of the bridge, like any other great structures that characterize what a person has achieved, does not say anything to the uninitiated, but for those who know and understand, this is the bridge itself, reduced to its essential characteristics. This is a potential bridge, since the purpose, quality, form of the entire structure and its ultimate usefulness are laid down in mathematical formulas. It is the same with the concepts and ideas that give birth to the thought form. These occult formulas exist on the plane of archetypes, which, for the aspirant, is the plane of intuition, although in reality it is a much higher state of consciousness. These formulas form the basis of the world of form and must be addressed by those who are properly prepared to work under the direction of the great architect of the universe. Symbolically speaking, there are 3 large books of formulas. Mark the words symbolically speaking, do not forget them. First, there is the Book of Life, which is read and eventually mastered by initiates of all degrees. There is the Book of Divine Wisdom, read by aspirants of all degrees, which is sometimes called the Book of Knowable Experience, and there is the Book of Forms, which must be read by everyone in whom the intellect awakens to functional activity. Now we are interested in the Book of Forms, who are properly prepared to work under the direction of the great architect of the universe. Symbolically speaking, there are 3 large books of formulas. Mark the words symbolically speaking, do not forget them. First, there is the Book of Life, which is read and eventually mastered by initiates of all degrees. There is the Book of Divine Wisdom, read by aspirants of all degrees, which is sometimes called the Book of Knowable Experience, and there is the Book of Forms, which must be read by everyone in whom the intellect awakens to functional activity. Now we are interested in the Book of Forms, who are properly prepared to work under the direction of the great architect of the universe. Symbolically speaking, there are 3 large books of formulas. Mark the words symbolically speaking, do not forget them. First, there is the Book of Life, which is read and eventually mastered by initiates of all degrees. There is the Book of Divine Wisdom, read by aspirants of all degrees, which is sometimes called the Book of Knowable Experience, and there is the Book of Forms, which must be read by everyone in whom the intellect awakens to functional activity. Now we are interested in the Book of Forms, which is read and eventually mastered by initiates of all degrees. There is the Book of Divine Wisdom, read by aspirants of all degrees, which is sometimes called the Book of Knowable Experience, and there is the Book of Forms, which must be read by everyone in whom the intellect awakens to functional activity. Now we are interested in the Book of Forms, which is read and eventually mastered by initiates of all degrees. There is the Book of Divine Wisdom, read by aspirants of all degrees, which is sometimes called the Book of Knowable Experience, and there is the Book of Forms, which must be read by everyone in whom the intellect awakens to functional activity. Now we are interested in the Book of Forms. 456. Patanjali in one place mentions the cloud of the knowable, which the soul is aware of. The aspirant, tired of the eternal cycle of his own vain thoughts, tries to make his way to the resources of this cloud in order to learn to precipitate God's thoughts on the earth. He tries to work in such a way as to facilitate the embodiment of the Creator's ideas. To do this, he needs to fulfill certain initial requirements, which can be briefly listed as follows. Know the true meaning of meditation. Align soul, mind, and brain with ease. Behold, or function as a soul on its own plane. Then the soul has the opportunity to serve as an intermediary between the plane of divine ideas and the mental plane. Do you see that participation in the divine creative process becomes the goal of any true meditation work? To grasp the idea intuitively perceived by the soul, to recognize the form that it should take. The last 7 words asterisk are of paramount importance. To reveal the essence of an unclear, vaguely perceived idea, discarding empty projects and formulations of the lower mind and thus preparing oneself to immediately engage in activity and, thanks to steady contemplation, unmistakably perceive the vision of the internal structure. Or the subjective framework, if I may say so, the form, which must be created. As the soul consciously imprints this image in the mind also consciously registers it. This can be considered the transformation of a formula into a drawing. This is not the formula itself, but a secondary process. The power, simplicity, and clarity of the embodiment of the formula in a simple, schematic structure determines the finally completed structure, the emerging form that will enclose within the outermost forms the life used in its construction. 457. In fact, it resembles the stage of conception. In the embryo, as a result of the bond between male and female, all the potencies and possibilities of the finished product are hidden. In the idea, materially conceived, but inspired by the aspect of the spirit, the potentials of completed thought forms are hidden. The aspect of matter, represented in this case by the mind, is impregnated by the aspect of spirit, and the trinity is ultimately completed by the created form. However, in the early stages there is only a formula, the germ of an idea, a latent but still dynamic concept. She is strong enough to attract the elements necessary for growth and shaping, but who can say if she will prove to be a failure, a mediocre and frail creation, or a truly beautiful and useful creation? 458. Therefore, each embodied idea has a form animated by desire and created by the power of the mind. The plan of desire is the plan in which the mind implants its concepts in order to create an embodied idea, to clothe the idea in form. Therefore, this plane is the ripening place. Before that, the mind had already become the receiver of the archetypal idea, comprehended and visualized by the soul. In turn, the soul is the receiver of the formula presented to it in the world of ideas. Thus, we have a presented idea, a perceived idea, a formulated idea, as well as an idea precipitated into manifestation. Understand well that the following factors ensure the precipitation of the idea from the universal mind into the world of tangible forms. 1. Energies emanating from the archetypal plane. This plan is the focus of attention of the highest group of intellect on our planet. Their consciousness can respond and be included in this sphere of activity, where the mind of God expresses itself, free from the limitations of what we mean by form. They are the keepers of formulas, they are the mathematicians who make the blueprints of the great plan, they calculate what will be the effects of the forces with the help of which the work is advanced. And the energies that need to be manipulated, they determine the stresses and loads to which the forms must be subjected under the influence of the vital force. They work with cyclical impulses to which the evolutionary process must respond. They are concerned with the connection between the aspect of form and the motivating life. 459. 2. Intuitive state of awareness. At this level of consciousness, the teachers of wisdom carry out their work. It is in this sphere of influence that it is most easy and convenient for them to work, just as it is easy and convenient for an ordinary person to work on the physical plane. Their minds are in continuous contact with the archetypal minds that are the keepers of the formulas, and when they receive the blueprints, I speak symbolically again, they are engaged in detailing, looking for those who are able to control the work, and recruiting the necessary personnel. They search among their disciples until they find the most suitable one to be the focus of receiving information on the physical plane, or the most suitable group to bring the necessary part of the plan to manifestation. They work with the elect, introducing into their minds the eternal Trinity, idea quality form. 3. The activity of the mental state of consciousness. It is on the mental plane that most of the work must be done, and this is a sufficient basis for the development of the aspirant in the ability to control the activity of the intellect. The cloud of the knowable is deposited primarily on the mental plane, and further deposition of ideas continues if disciples and aspirants become their receivers. They, in turn, try to impress and guide lesser workers and aspirants who, karmically or by choice, have fallen into their radius of influence. This is how the presented idea is introduced into many minds and the formula of great work does its job. We will clearly see that this work is natural and in essence a group work and therefore is possible only for those who have more or less mastered the process of meditation and are able to steadily keep the mind in the light. In fact, this light comes from the universal mind and is of different kinds. He was, esoterically speaking, born in a previous solar system and must be used and fully manifested in the current one. 460. We correlate the words light of intuition in our mind with the type of energy that embodies the purpose, the will of God, the plan as we perceive it. In the words light of the soul we have an expression that unites the goal, plan, will of those entities that, being embodied in human form and sometimes functioning outside the body, are responsible for the materialization of divine concepts in the four kingdoms of nature. The human kingdom is primarily a vehicle of expression for the universal mind, and when the sons of God in human form become perfect, the problems of the natural world will be largely resolved. The fully conscious sons of God, who do not cease to recognize themselves as such when they are in human form, and there are still few of them, literally form the brain of planetary life. The real occult meaning is in the words shedding light on a problem, condition, or situation. In essence, they mean the disclosure, revelation, of the presented idea, the principle hidden behind the external manifestation. It is the discovery of an inner spiritual reality giving rise to an outer visible form. This is the keynote of all symbol work. The work of defining formulas, making subjective maps or plans for the transmission of impressions perceived intuitively, an intense activity on the mental plane is the task performed by the organized planetary hierarchy. The second phase of work is carried out by those workers who, consciously cooperating with the hierarchy, manifest the essence of this work in the three worlds of human evolution. They bring the germ of an idea, a concept in its infancy to full manifestation through the process of correct thinking, awakening desire and fostering correct public opinion. In this way they induce the necessary activity on the physical plane. 461. Aspirants, group leaders, and thinkers in all parts of the globe can be useful for this work, provided their minds are open and focused. How much the outer form will correspond to the inner idea and spiritual subjective reality depends on the purity of their perception of truth, on the clarity of their thinking, on their group influence and the state of inclusive awareness, as well as on their ability for prolonged persistent effort. What I want to emphasize is that the average reader of these instructions has absolutely nothing to do with working with formulas. The latter are caught and comprehended by the great knowers, who observe the evolutionary process and are responsible for its functional activity. The hierarchy of teachers, senior initiates, and disciples is steadily advancing in this work. However, according to the law, the hierarchy depends on those who are on the physical plane and must build external forms. If their response is insufficient, then correct construction is postponed. If they make mistakes, time and energy are wasted, and there is also a delay. If they lose interest and stop working or are preoccupied mainly with their own affairs and personalities, then they have to wait with the plan and energy, which would be useful for solving human problems and the direction of humanity, is forced to look for a way out in other directions. Nothing is static in the process of creation. The energy arriving due to the pulsation of the one life, its rhythmic, cyclical activity that never stops and does not subside, must be used somewhere, must pave its way in some direction. Often, if a person does not fulfill his duty, causing catastrophic consequences, it will be found that the problem of cataclysms, for example, the cause of the ever-increasing danger from insects, is associated with an influx of unrecognized and unused energy that can be used in the right direction and for the right purpose, promoting the implementation of the plan, if aspirants and disciples of the world take on group responsibility.